What's up, guys? What is up? Happy Friday. I have way too much energy for what I'm doing today. We're gonna crash hard. I just give it like 30 minutes. And all this energy for rewriting my GDD will just be drained. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'll get into it. I think the hardest part about writing any design document is the creative part. You know, which is also kind of the most fun part. If I know what I need to write, it's really not challenging. And because it's not challenging, it doesn't like capture my attention very well. Which I've always had that problem ever since I was a kid. If something did not challenge or interest me, I almost can never force myself to do any of it. This does interest me. Does not really challenge me though. Okay. Do I want to keep any of this? Do I want to make a new GDD? Do I know what I want? I don't think I know what I want. I don't have to refine some of these images that are still relevant. Honestly. I think I'll just go section by section, to be honest. Like, this is our section 1 here. Some of this is still relevant. Well, especially here, this is very relevant. When we get to the core features and systems, that will be totally rewritten in a different way. And I might just kind of push it down and then just delete the things that aren't relevant afterwards, so I can still copy and paste things. We'll start with this. Ooh, delete. Delete. Summary story. Okay, camera. Art style, players target audience. Still relevant, I'll just keep that. Genres and tags. Gameplay outline. I'm just gonna keep that. I might just rewrite that since most of it is still relevant, but it probably just needs an update. Gameplay loop. Core pillars. Just delete it. We're going to tentatively use the new pillars I made yesterday. That's the thought anyway. What were they? Depth through simplicity. Organic progression. And microreactivity. Which I will make into a word. Fuck you. Selling points, remake those. Also, we had gameplay percentages before that. Moods and emotions. Most of these should still be fine, but I'll keep it, but we need to go through it again. Inspiration, competing product. These, I think, are still relevant and okay. I really don't imagine that any of this is... That is not a good correct grammar. Fix there. Competing products. Technical game info. I still would like to release through early access. Good one, Tess. Today you're first. You indeed are. How you doing, dude? I will copy these from at the bottom of the document. Right, that's what I wrote. There won't be any. Maybe that's a little bit too harsh. The indie devs, the indie publishers will laugh at that. I don't know if the suits will. Up at the AA publishers. I think $40 is a fair ask for what we're making. I'm dying. $39.99. I feel like the overuse of that marketing method has now backfired. And just a solid, like, asking price is way more appealing. I don't know. There's like a term for people who, like, marketing like that are immune. No, you haven't missed GDD creation. This is last year's GDD. So we're doing a full rewrite. We have a lot to write up about, so. This is last year's GDD. This is just needs a full rework completely. Summary. Now the two phrases I want to completely avoid anywhere in this document are like, immerse yourself in, step into the shoes of. I hate those. I hate them to the core. We're not using them. Let me write the story first. Especially now that we know a little bit about it. Is the land recovering from cataclysmic celestial event called the Sunblight. For 100 years is that what I called it? Hold on. I got a document somewhere. Where the shit be? Yeah. But as I thought. Did we ever establish how many centuries ago it was? In any of our lore? I think we just mentioned that it was centuries ago. Something called the Sunblight occurred centuries ago. In Maze Runner? I don't know anything about Maze Runner. I only know that it was meant for like teenage girls. That's all I know. It was not. I don't know. It was popular like right in the generation after mine. So I don't know. If they have something called the Sunblight, I guess. I would hope that mine is a little bit different, but I don't know. Why are people running mazes? What's the point? What's the point of a maze? What are they doing running mazes? $10 says the author just thought that the Harry Potter Goblet of Fire maze was really cool, and they wanted to like make a whole series about it. Running a marathon? Oh. What is the Sunblight in Maze Runner? Unordinary or inordinary? Unordinary. You know, I know some chuds are gonna like think about the sunblight and equate it to global warming. It's like I just know people are gonna read into it like that. Oh, he must have meant to have a talk about global warming. No, just thought it was cool that for nearly 100 years the sun. Is that a reference to global? Shut the fuck up. I'm writing it and I'm like, fuck, it kind of sounds like global warming. It's not global warming. I'm not gonna write some stupid plot like that in here. Oh, is it called something else in Maze Runner? It's kind of the problem is like when you look for things that are using like really simple words, which are nice because they're easier to remember. Usually they've already been used before, right? Okay, it's pretty similar to that idea then. Turns out the idea of the sun scorching the earth is not very rare. Oh well. Most concepts in stories are not anything special. It's how you handle them where it becomes special. Yeah, it's like, you know, choose your flavor of Cataclysm, right? It's like celestial event, man-made horror, alien invasion, nuclear apocalypse. Magic, viruses, bacteria, brain-stealing slugs. Yeah. I don't think I'm ever gonna say there was like that there was ever a reason. I like the idea that, you know, of like old school mythologies where crazy shit would happen just because, you know, we live in a crazy universe, and people would, you know, attribute it to any number of things. Like I find it more interesting how the world reacted to this than what caused it. Because I don't really want to make like a story that is as large as the gods. I want to make a story that is about humans. She got bad, no idea why. I was like, everybody has different, you know, opinions about it, and it caused a whole bunch of, you know, people who used to worship the sun were now, you know, systematically hunted down and killed and shit, things like that. People ended up worshipping the moon princess instead. I don't know, stuff like that. Some people blamed the mages, some people blamed, you know, shitty kings. It it was an excuse to point the finger at anybody just because nobody knew who to actually point the finger at. And in my opinion, there was nobody to point the finger at. It just happened. Just Spoon. Spoon worship is worships Stenchus, the god of sewers, who scoops up the water falling off the edges of the world and the sewage falling off the edges of the world, and then dumps it back on the world's rain. So he believes in a flat Earth, essentially, or a flat world. It's a fun religion. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, the sewer goblins. Our settlements were razed to the ground. Chaos and destruction. Genociding entire genocide. Is that not how you spell genociding? Geocoding. Genociding's a word. Present participle in get run of genocide. Yeah, fuck off. It's global warming and is a flat earther. The lore of Stenchus is real. Do they just believe in a false myth? Who's to say what's real? But I'm gonna be honest, Stenchus is probably not real. It's fake. They think it's real just because they've lived in the sewers their whole life, and they wanted to find a reason to of why they exist, essentially. The most likely reason that they're down there is that, you know, for a long time, you know, forest goblins moved down in there because it was safe and they had access to food from the settlement, and then just became sewer goblins over time. Any of the deity's real. Not for me to decide. But I don't know. I don't know if we want to make them real. I think that it's interesting to have the ambiguity. And I think even if they were real, you'd never see them. What do we call the... I'd have to pull up, hold on, I'd have to pull up the book. I got a book on the Sunblight. Actually, didn't I make it a Word document? I don't know where I put it. Well, it's definitely in the game, so I'll just pull it up. Worshiping those deities doesn't provide any benefit which can't be attributed to the placebo effect. Well, I mean, worshipping deities, I think itself does provide some benefit. Even if God and Jesus aren't real, people do get some benefit out of worshipping them. Other people use that to their advantage, of course, and choose to manipulate and do bad things with it, but... like holy spells? Magic is a bit more grounded in this land. It's also a bit new as a whole. Both alchemy and especially magic are relatively new concepts to the land. They're not like, you know, thousands of years old or anything. Magic only exists because alchemy first existed. Or was it the other way around? I don't know, I recently wrote some shit about that. I don't have a document for it or anything. My fault. I'll find it. Yeah, magic was a bit older, and then alchemy is very new. I remember now. Why is it so close? That's kind of weird. That's probably because I was still moving or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let me see. Jaded Wilds. Jaded Wild. White marble walls of Kandarian. Exhibiting the reported. Oh, I think it's PU, isn't it? Holy mandate of the Second Erythian Empire. What is the source of magic? Essence. Essence is the source of magic. Also, source of alchemy, too. Quintet, just essence. Just essence. Hey, Odin. Is something cool? Hey, the burnt husk of... sits at the heart of... I already used that, though. Testament to the... caused by the sunblight. I don't like want to... Like, what does this have to do with Cauldron Chronicles at this point? Usually at the edge of the Golden Waste. The grove sits... So grove is nestled or nested right off... I want to word this. Did we call the road anything that leads north? Where would I have put that? Enemy bolts fire. You should throw it in our Discord. Probably be able to check it out, but I'm hardcore. I got 1 month until I'm pitching, and I got a lot to do. Almost absent. Doesn't he mention that he's going north somewhere? What pitching look like? In what way? I swear I mentioned it. Was it in the second bit, maybe? I know we had the discussion about naming the road. I don't know if we named the road. Fuck. I don't think about names right now. Connecting the... I think Black City is... supposed to be proper. Physically some kind of event to show it, or just contact some guys online? Either. Either. I will be doing some in-person stuff, but also I'll be doing probably more online stuff. Since most of the publishers here in Poland are not AA publishers. If you post in Discord, I'll be able to take a look after work. You have Discord on your phone? Crazy. I'm gonna add these in my dictionary. I don't want to see fucking red underlines all over the place. Alchemist and are to provide for the adventurers. Vagabonds. Refugees, merchants, delegations, who else could we, to kind of give like a brief intro of the kind of people you're gonna end up meeting, right? Like adventurers, vagabonds, refugees, merchants, delegations. Local farmers. Is peaceful and the land is oops. Go back. Hold on. Bumped. Land is slowly recovering after sunblight centuries before. What did this mom and no, however, and another cataclysm lurks beneath the I need to name the fringe wood. Gotta name drop that. A lot of name drops here. Gonna go? Yeah, take care, man. I'll check out what you sent on Discord later if you said it there. Sorry, I got a month left, so like I'm on a time limit here, and I got a lot of shit to do. I got like feature list, budget, milestone plan, business plan, GDD, pitch deck, trailer. a lot of stuff to finish up, and we have to upload our build to Steam and. I won't think about it. Off to Ice Watch. With the... What do we call the faction? Where's my string file? The League of Alchemists. Kind of cringe, but... You're tasked with taking over the business. Your best to keep the corruption at bay. Should we postulate at the end? Will you rise to the challenge and help those who pass by your hut? Perhaps gaining important knowledge of how to fight the corruption? Attempt to solve it on your own. Sabotage those who get in your way. Okay, it's pretty cringe, but I'm kind of okay with it. I don't know, I'll read it out. This is gonna be really cringe. Okay, get your cringes ready. Hey, Lazy Fangs, how's the documentation treating you? Well, I will tell you as I read off the news story, the paragraphs that I wrote. Trying to condense a shit ton of lore. It's gonna sound, hopefully it's not as bad as Tyranny, as we both have that experience of just lore dumps. But it is a little bit of a lore dump. Erythia is a land still recovering from a cataclysmic celestial event called the Sun Blight, or 100 Years Blight. One day, on a summer morning like any other, the sun rose in the sky and heated the land beneath it. It felt a bit hotter than the day before, but that was not unordinary. However, on the next day it became even hotter, and the next day even more so. For nearly 100 years, the dense green landscape around the southern and central regions of Erythia were burned to cinders. Entire settlements were razed to the ground by wildfires, the chaos and destruction genociding entire civilizations. At the heart of the jaded wilds, in the central part of the continent, the luxurious white marble walls of Kandarian stood proudly, exhibiting the purported holy mandate of the Second Erythian Empire. Today, centuries later, the burnt husk of Kandarian rests upon an endless sea of sand, the Golden Wastes, a testament to the destruction that was caused by the Sun Blight. At the edge of the Golden Wastes, a mystical grove known as the Fringewood is nestled off to the side of the road connecting the Black City, formerly Kandarian, and the less scorched northern city of Icewatch. In this grove, an alchemist and her son/daughter work hard to provide potions for the adventurers, vagabonds, refugees, merchants, delegations, and local farmers. Life is peaceful, and the land is slowly recovering from the sunblight centuries before. Little do this mom and child know, however, that another cataclysm lurks beneath the magic-rich soil of the Fringewood. While your mother will be whisked away to Icewatch to try and figure out a solution with the League of Alchemists seated there, you're tasked with taking over the business and doing your best to keep the corruption at bay. Will you rise to the challenge and help those who pass by your hut, perhaps gaining important knowledge of how to fight the corruption, or attempt to solve it on your own and sabotage those who get in your way? Global War. Shut the fuck up about Global War. I was writing this, and I was like 1 or 2 paragraphs in, I'm like, shit. People are going to think this is some stupid play on global warming. Fuck. I don't want to do too much like back lore, but I kind of have to provide the I have to provide some, you know, information of how we got to where we are. Environmentally conscious. Yeah. Yeah, it did. It was 92 years. The corruption is a second cataclysm lurking beneath the Fringewood. And while playing, you will learn why it's lurking there, and you'll try to, solve it. Or to let it happen. I don't know. There are benefits to having corrupted enemies, but... Egyptian Plagues cameo. Got to return the slab. That's exactly it. Okay, we're not using any phrase that is similar to immerse yourself in or step into the shoes of. Never. Slither into the holes for shut the fuck up. The summary should at most be like 3 to 4 sentences long. It doesn't necessarily need to be the Steam, if you go on like Steam, right, you see right at the top of the page for games. That's a little bit too short for what this probably should be. That can be made later, but what it should be is something below that. So this is a little bit too short, but more something like up here, right? From Celestial Event the Scorched. Rithia for nearly 100 years. Second Cataclysm lurks beneath the land. Threatening the survivors once more. An alchemist at the unknowingly at the heart of I missed the heart of warming and then COVID. Shut up. God. Writing COVID fan fiction has to be some of the lamest things that I know actually exists. There was even a manga of it was a rom-com manga of during COVID, these of course this young guy and girl move in together and have to pretend that they're not moved in together doing online classes. And it's not very far into development, right? Because manga takes a long time to make. But COVID is already over, so it's like they tried to bank on this thing that nobody wants to think about anymore. And now it's over, and it's just kind of like weird. Now it's like reading traumatic fan fiction. Games even their mother wanted to make pandemic game when COVID hit. I didn't. I made a lot of people. I lost a lot of friends saying that I thought that. I don't know. I fucking hated COVID. It just reminded me of working at home during Darkest Dungeon. All the programmers I talked to were so happy originally. They were like, "Oh my god, finally, I can work from home. It's so great." Like, just you wait. Just you wait. Mark my words. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it and everything that it stands for. No, I won't. And like, some crumbled within the first few months. A couple, lasted almost a year. I never said anything. I never said I was right and they were wrong. Just like, look, yeah, it's not the greatest, is it? Pretty lonely. Kind of feels like prison, just sitting in your own house. Holding the corruption at bay long enough for it to be addressed. That is a very long sentence. Only 80% of where this corruption will seep into the world. You have the insurmountable task of assisting past by local persons, but also holding the corruption at bay long enough for it to be addressed. Let's see. Now we can do the game dev. Now we can do the game fluff. Solve. I just don't want to say solve puzzles. Solve puzzles is just kind of like too lame. But I don't necessarily want to throw like just a whole bunch of adjectives in front of it because that kind of also sounds lame. Speaking of puzzles, I played a little bit of Blue Prince last night, and it's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna buy it. But I'm liking it so far. Yeah, Conan. Starting making your first game. Any tips? Never don't give up. No. What's your game? What's your first game? And what engine are you making it in? Because I feel like I can give more tips maybe based on what specifically it is. Cover ancient secrets. Solve. I'll do 2 separate sentences for this. Alchemy system to make whatever. Make potions with any combination of effects that you want. Take your potions out into the world where you can use them to fight monsters, tame creatures. Well, that's not true. Trying to make something simple and loopy, an arcade shooter in Godot. Okay. Any tips for that? Don't overscope. I think it's better to, think of it this way. You're gonna end up making if you end up making the game, you're probably not going to make it in a way that is super scalable or perfectly coded, and adding on features to it later will be more difficult than just rewriting it from scratch with all the knowledge that you gain in a way that would allow you to add more features on later. So don't fall into the trap that I see a lot of indie developers fall into, which is they'll want to keep building upon the original scope of the game, or they'll keep pushing the scope and then they'll have to rewrite and refactor a whole bunch of code. Just make something simple that works first, take what you learn from it, make something even a little bit bigger, a little bit different after that, and keep doing that until you can feel confident building out a base code architecture to go on top of that. You eventually discover that alchemy has been releasing emissions which float up into the clouds and cause sunlight, so you need to learn how to do alchemy in a more sustainable way. If you ever see the phrase or the 2 words in tandem, sustainable alchemy, in Cauldron Chronicles, I give you full permission to hack the source code and just delete the game from existence. Sustainable alchemy. It's so stupid. Fight monsters. Cover ancient secrets. Solve puzzles. You may choose to use your potions I feel like we should switch this around. We should talk first about using your potions to help the adventurers, the passersby, and then talk about using them in the open world. Do you guys feel like if I tell you, about Cauldron Chronicles and I use the term or the phrase that you are not the main character, does that feel like a selling point to you? Does that feel like when you hear that you're like, oh, I'm interested in what this game might be about now? I feel like it's not a bad term, but I don't like... I want to know what the game is like first before I hear that term. That if I hear that term first, I think it sets me a little... It gives me a little bit of bad feelings. Confuses me, not in a good way. Yeah. Like if I knew what the game was about, and somebody said, you know, you're not the main character, the NPCs are, right? The adventurers are. Once you know what the game is about, I feel like that makes more sense. But if I hear first, you're not the main character of this story. Like, oh, huh? What do you mean? Yeah, it needs context, yeah. Okay, I was thinking about putting it here, like, you know, at the end of it, like, you're not the main character. But I was like, I don't like how that sounds. What's this, a sandbox game? I'd probably expect to. I mean, it is a sandbox game. It is a sandbox. It's a narrative sandbox. But I think I still think it needs more context. I don't like that last sentence, but I want to do something. I want to say something like that, but I think it's kind of cringe. Then again, most game marketing is kind of cringe, to be honest, in a vacuum. What's the intention behind saying if it's supposed to be a positive, then what's the positive? That not be the main character, brings something in like Kenshi. That, you know, I think any job or any game where you are like playing like a job simulator, like where you're taking on a vocation and helping the customers that come in, you are not the main character. The people who come in are the main characters, right? If you're an alchemist, or if you're like playing like a tavern keeping game, right, and you're playing the bartender, you're not the main character. The adventurers that come in are, right? You still have influence over these characters, but they're the main characters of their own story. Yeah, I think like Ice Creek and I are saying is that it makes sense and it sounds okay once you know the context behind it, but if you just say it in a vacuum, it's just confusing and it doesn't sound like a positive thing. So I don't want to use it as like a marketing term, right? I don't want to put it on the Steam store page unless it's, you know, down near the bottom or something, or it's after we already explained what the game is like. It's funny because when we were talking about it with publishers last year, I think that term was brought up a couple times, and let me try to remember. I know that at least one, I think only two though. I think two publishers used that phrase or something similar to it on their own. And I think maybe it's more interesting when a player comes to the realization that they're not the main character than when I tell the player that they're not the main character. I don't know. Fucking marketing, dude. I hate it. I'm much more of a verbose person. I'd prefer 1,000 words that more accurately describe a problem than 100 words that vaguely describe the problem. choosing to... I don't know how this sounds. Recovering from a celestial event that scorched Erythia for nearly 100 years. Second cataclysm lurks beneath the land, threatening the survivors once more. You are an alchemist, a potion maker, unknowingly at the epicenter of where this corruption will seep into the world. You have the insurmountable task of assisting the passers-by looking for potions while also holding the corruption at bay long enough for it to be addressed. Discover a menagerie of ingredients with magical properties and use a free-form alchemy system to craft potions. Let's say brew. To brew potions with any combination of effects that you want. Use those potions to assist or purposefully sabotage the adventurers that visit your hut. Navigate ethical and moral quandaries, choosing to help, turn down, or kill any character that enters through your doors. Or take your potions out into the world where you can use them to fight monsters, uncover ancient secrets, and solve mystical puzzles. How you use your potions and what kind of alchemist you want to be is up to you. I think it's a good start. I don't think it's perfect. Potion Seller Simulator. The reason I've been trying to stay away from anything relating to like simulator or, you know, like job sim, shopkeeping game, is that it isn't a shopkeeping game. You ever see those like little stores where, you know, it's like a shoemaker or a tailor, and this is like some old dude or old lady, super specialized, and you never see anybody in their shop, but their shop stays open, so you know that they're doing business. That's kind of who you are in this world. Like, you're not the supermarket that people come into and take things off the shelf. You're the place people come into when they have a specific problem that they need a specific solution for. We're the anti-shopkeeping game. I think a lot of shopkeeping games to me fall, they're fun, they get old fast, and they all bank on a gameplay loop that includes a large amount of micromanagement, especially as you get bigger. And I just kind of find that boring after a while. Like, it's okay. I've seen this gameplay loop 100 times. I understand it. You know, the slow dopamine drip. Okay, I get it. Now everything's automated. Now I just stand here and everybody does work for me. Okay. Game's over. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I have fatigue from shopkeeping games. First biomes that... Changing of weather and seasons. Fish. There's how they build, to be honest, so I never played one. Actually, this live did play Racketeer. Classic one. Not the same as what you're describing, I think. It's more of like management tycoon game, right? I mean, Schedule 1 is also kind of like that. It's more of a, it's not an RPG, right? It's not a shopkeeping game. It is more of a management tycoon game. But they all kind of fall into that same gameplay loop of it's cool to do some of these things on your own. Then as that loop starts to get stale, they introduce automation, so you can automate out the stale parts of it. And this kind of continues on until you've automated everything. And then there's nothing left for you to do, and all the minigames that you used to find fun, now you're not doing anymore. So you just kind of like stand there and pass the days. And I just kind of don't like that. Like it's cool when you obtain that automation, but then once you realize that you've just now automated out everything that you used to find enjoyable, now you have nothing enjoyable left to do. I mean, even like games that are exceptional, like Factorial, fall into this, right? Now you could argue that a factory game is kind of about that as a whole, but you're still at a certain point in Factorial automating out literally everything that you used to find fun, and you could argue that the fun, I think, for some people is building out that automation. But you know, I don't know. Well, shopkeeping games is you need a ton of minigames to keep your attention. As soon as you start getting bored of one minigame, you unlock the next higher tier of micromanagement. Yeah, they all just kind of continues on with that cycle, and there's nothing else to, there's not really any real reason that you're doing these minigames or micromanagement. You're just doing it to unlock more minigames and more micromanagement. And then you just end up getting bored. You know, it's not a game that ends with a bang. They're games that fizzle out in terms of enjoyment, right? There's no final boss. There's just, oh, I'm not gonna load up the game anymore because there's nothing for me to do. Like, that's all it is. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad, honestly. I mean, at least in a game like, I don't know, like Terraria or something, right? You have those bosses to chase after, and that final boss. You have that ending bit where it's like, okay, we've killed everything. You know, maybe we can keep farming it for like a rare drop or something, but now I can end on that positive note. Schedule 1 is excited to learn the story about the cartel who blew up my RV, but then the story just stopped. It was depressing. Yeah, there's no story to it. It's just a tycoon management game. And it has, look, it has a lot of promise. It has a lot of potential. But once you have, like, made your first bit of cocaine, there's nothing else that you're going to see in the game. That's really it. You've done all the mini games at that point. And after, like, I think Shot Caller 1, or I think it's even before that, there's no new unlocks. It's an early access game, so, you know, in fairness, what am I expecting, right? But that's what I'm saying. It's just that I don't know what he wants to do after this. I don't know if he's made a roadmap yet. But the whole idea of, like, automating your factories to make the drugs just kind of... It isn't as fun as it sounds like it'll be when you start the game. Because there's no reason to do it. Once you have that much money, you don't need the money for anything. Well, you do need the money. You need it to buy a bigger place to do the exact same thing that you did at the barn, right? You buy the warehouse to do the same thing that you did at the barn, just a bit bigger. Hoping it's going to turn me into a me versus cartel thing where I have to hire gang members to fight. Well, I would argue that the game kind of is a little bit misleading. I mean, I know that that's the intention of that the game is trying to go, but a lot of the marketing did make it seem like that was the game, not that it will be the game. This is a little bit lengthy, but this is okay. This is an accurate summary, and it's about as short as I can make it well. Giving you a bit of reason of why you're doing what you're doing and what you're going to be doing. Making anything more concise than this is really just going to be up to the marketing team, so that's their job. That's why they're paid. Knowing when they blew my RV, because I thought that would have fun to drive around my drug production facility, avoiding cops when they imply at the beginning. That completely changed. I've had fun. I've had fun with Schedule 1. I really have. I'm looking forward to seeing more. I think that people are going to be very demanding of this game, and they're probably not going to be very happy that it's going to take this guy, you know, a reasonable amount of time to make what he wants to make. It's just one guy working on it. But we'll see. I know that people kind of had similar problems with like Manor Lords, and that's just kind of the reality of what happens when you are expecting the same amount of work being done in the same amount of time from one person as you would get with like a team of 10 to 20 people, or even more. I'm not Tyler, but hot take, if I were Tyler, I'd hire some people. I mean, at this point, I'd have so much money, I would just hire some people to help make more content faster. Hey, Gingerbread. Back into work, gonna try and get as much code done today as I can. I'm gonna try to get as much of my GDD done today as I can. Hey, Chipmunks. Let's use a vibrant. Vibrant initialization akin to games like Genshin Impact. What are two examples of games that do art style similar to ours? Elden Ring. Kind of the Atelier series, to be fair. I'll tell you what, though, our game's going to go on sale a lot more commonly than the Atelier series does. The Japanese, man, they do not like putting their games on sale. Wow, we were. Japanese also don't like when you do pull-ups in their trees. What the fuck? Can people just... Can content creators just not go to a foreign country and do stupid shit? It seems like an impossible challenge. It's like eating a spoonful of cinnamon. How crazy is it just to... You know what? I think that there are content creators that go to other countries and don't do stupid shit like this, and 99% of them go to these countries and don't film. Those are the ones that are not breaking the laws. I mean, you know, I do know some people that, you know, roam around Japan, like Rob CD or what's his name abroad in Japan, the affable gentleman. You know, they're very respectful. Hey, Dynamo. I was thinking about source control for my project, but I'm not really sure what to pick, Perforce or Plastic. Could I ask for advice? I'm working alone with a game on Unreal. Go with Plastic. I'm sorry, Look, I have a lot of problems with Perforce. I think that people see it as an industry standard, but it's really, really complex to use and annoying. Plastic, I think if you're just like working alone, either Plastic or Diversion. If you've never seen Diversion, in my opinion, I think it's better than Plastic. And it also provides more storage. Free for the first 5 users, you get 100 gigabytes of free storage. So I do highly recommend Diversion, and it has built-in support for Unreal. Unity superiority. Unreal released a whole bunch of tutorials recently for people switching to Unreal from Unity. It's pretty funny. You can flex on the plebs. I would say that Plastic and Diversion are like really, really big, you know, entry-level friendly. And that's not to say that they can't be used by professionals either, but just that they're not going to be complex and use weird terms like Perforce does with the whole swim lanes or whatever they call it. Hey Nelson, is this some GDD template you're filling in, or did you make it yourself? I made this myself. I made it all myself. Target audience. You know, originally it was 18 to 34. I honestly think that we've bumped this up to like 25 to 45. You know, we're trying to look to the older RPG enjoyers. $25 to 40-year-olds. We will be making a... What am I thinking of? A customer profile. Do you not hyphenate year-olds? I have to hyphenate all of it? I'm not doing that. That looks weird. That looks really awkward. I'm going with readability. Ignore it. You know what? I'll do it this way. Audience is equally split between genders, with age being between 25 and 40. Good enough. Set a Perforce and understand the basics, but I'm worried I'm going to accidentally mess something up and corrupt the whole project. Well, that's why I kind of like Plastic. It just because the branches make it a lot easier visually. And it has good diffing tools, especially for coders. Got a lot of good support for that. I had a word how it tells me to hyphenate everything, yet I've never seen anyone else hyphenate those terms. The interesting thing about like a design document is that your goal is readability, not accurate wording, right? So the goal should be for people to understand what they're reading, not for what they're reading to be perfectly accurate. And sometimes you might use, very casual terms, or you might forego certain types of ways of writing that you would do normally in like a book or something, or I don't know, like a proper legal document. Just give me the fucking money. These are people who are players, gamers. These are players who love deep RPGs, where choices actually matter. They don't mind reading and engaging in the lore of the game. They are looking for a game that treats them as intelligent, excluding Zoomers. Mind reading target audience dropped by 98.9. Hey, make players intelligent again, okay? No yellow paint. Time is valuable. People bitch about yellow paint, yet they cry when there isn't any. Yeah, because it's become the industry stand. It's become expected. And the same way that you would wean a baby off of a rubber nipple is the same thing that you have to do with players with yellow paint. Let them cry. Fuck you, I'm not giving you yellow paint. No. Want your yellow paint? Here's your yellow paint right here. Expect CC to give me a hand job while playing. Just don't make yellow paint the industry standard. Make a playtester have to think about where they need to go, and don't capitulate. They'll learn. They'll get smarter. It's a perfect time, by the way, during a rant about yellow paint to play the Cauldron Chronicles theme song. Let's turn this shit up. Fuck yeah, bitch. For anybody who's wondering, this is our game's theme song. I'm very happy about it. It sounds great. I will write up more about this. We need a full customer profile. That'll be shoved in here. Shameless. I can plug my own games. I'm allowed. Genres. You know what? I think I set up genres and tags on Steam. Let me see if I can find it. I think I had to do that. Oh, I didn't tag it yet. I thought I did. I didn't tag it yet. I could do that though. Or at least use their tool to decide what I want to put in my doc. Open is better than NPC who talks constantly how to solve the environmental puzzle. Oh my god, I hate that. I really hate that. I mean, they did that in, oh, I did set it up. I did set it up. Dragon Age Veilguard was the same way. God, that game was so annoying. You just put yellow paint in principle. I just think it shouldn't be yellow. It should be a texture which looks natural but visually distinct. No, I think there's other ways to draw a player's gaze than yellow paint. I mean, I think lights are a much better way. You know, like a light over the door. Assets placed to kind of guide the player away from certain areas. People should just explore. I kind of think they should, right? But what appears... What appears first? It's not like RPG, sandbox, action, adventure. But I can use these to decide which of these 5 that I think would be in what order. I mean, we're probably looking at RPG first. The reason why this is important to put in a design document is because this actually does matter for how to market the game and what games are similar to yours, and what your game is going to appear in when people are looking for similar titles. So, you know, it looks kind of silly to try and think of Steam tags, but it actually holds a lot of weight. Choice matters to tech on Steam? It is, yeah. I assume there were 0 games in existence where choices matter. No, there are games. They're usually older games. And a lot of times where the choices matter tag pops up, you're gonna have, probably shouldn't look at all games. Let me pull up Baldur's Gate 3. I know that's gonna have one. Yeah, there's choices matter as one of the top 3. Top 5 are RPG, character customization, choices matter, story rich, turn-based combat. Single players are all the way down there. I mean, single player probably... Yeah, fuck that then. I don't know if story rich would really fall under what our game is. Probably fantasy will be up there in the top 5. Alchemy is a tag, I believe. Where's potion craft? Probably would be tagged with alchemy. Pretty sure alchemy's a tag. Oh no, it's not. Crafting is the crafting, relaxing. Sandbox. Let me just put them all here. Crafting, relaxing, sandbox. Choices of which girl to date first. Well, all the characters in Baldur's Gate 3 are main character sexual, so kind of annoying, but apparently that's the way that they're doing things now. God forbid a character has their own choices of who they want to fuck. I think it was Dragon Age Origins, for sure, that had characters that were like, yeah, I'm not interested in you. I think Sten, if that was his name, wouldn't bang anyone who wasn't Kunari or something. I don't know. Hardcore mode for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. 3 negative perks to carry for your entire journey. No longer your position is no longer shown on the map. Fast travel is gone and the compass useless. You'll need to navigate the world by sight and local gossip alone. Be pretty cool. I mean, I do think exploration would be relevant. I just don't know if it would be in the top 5. Permadeath? I don't think it's permadeath. But there's probably a mod that you can do to make it permadeath. Okay, which of these 5 in which order? RPG is probably going to be number 1. Fantasy. Open world. Crafting actually would probably end up being second. I think those would be the top 5. RPG, crafting, relaxing, open world choices matter. I guess now that I have this, I'll just copy this and put it in the document itself. Why not? Chronicles currently has the following defined tags on Steam. That is large as shit. Not need to be that large. Could be a little bit larger. We expect the top 5 tags to be Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Why? Crafting, relaxing, open world. Choices matter. Let me do... No, I'm just gonna keep it like this. Relaxing with our corrupted enemies afoot? Well, some parts are relaxing, some parts are not so much. So many perks and basically invincible. Yeah, I mean, Kingdom Come Deliverance was always easy, even the first game. I know my entire chat was very upset at me that I was just stabbing everything to death in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I learned no combos. I haven't learned any combos in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 either. Gameplay outline. This probably does need to be rewritten, but let me just... see. Explore an open world with ingredients, puzzles, enemies, secrets, and minigames. Take your findings back to your hut where you'll create potions. Potions can be used to help with puzzles, secrets, fighting, and with NPCs, and these NPCs named unique show up occasionally to request potions for their adventures. Give them any potion you want in an attempt to aid or hinder them, with different potions providing different outcomes. Upgrade your hut, expand your knowledge, become closer with NPCs, change the world indirectly, and move the story forward in an attempt to uncover and cure the corruption that is slowly overtaking the land. Yeah, it's still pretty accurate. I'll go back and put line breaks where we can if we want to make things a little bit easier to read, but right now I don't want to worry about that while we're still writing. What is the industry standard for number of pages in GDD? There isn't a standard. Your GDD might be 5 pages long, your GDD might be 100 pages long. It just depends on the game. I think in a lot of cases, naturally, the more complex, the more mechanics your game has, the larger that GDD might be. But your GDD should really exist as like a high-level overview of everything in the game, and then when you're working on systems, you take that high-level overview and you use it to help write lower-level documents that are separate and make the feature with that. It really just depends. Some systems might have a lot of documentation, some systems might not need very much documentation to make. Your goal as a designer is not to write tons of documentation if you don't need to. It's just to communicate how to, something should be done or how it should look. Sometimes an image is more than enough to do that. Sometimes you need to write a lot to explain it. Draw what you mean. Some people don't operate very well with images, honestly. And some systems can't be explained well with an image, but they could be explained very well with like a flowchart. Some systems need examples of how the data moves from, point to point within the system to make it easier for some programmers to understand, so there's no right or wrong choice. Or at least there is a right and wrong choice, but it depends on who you're, who the reader is. Gameplay of Cauldron Chronicles is heavily based around the NPCs in the game. They provide you with commissions, requests for potions that you need to fulfill to move their stories. Therefore, the main story forward. In order to fulfill these commissions, you must make potions. Potions are made up of different ingredients collected from the open world and then brewed in your hut at your cauldron. Once a commission is completed, potions can be given to NPCs who then continue on their journeys unseen by the player. They may or may not return. Their fates can be altered by how well a commission was satisfied. Yeah. I think that's still pretty accurate. Unfortunately, I don't think I received any feedback from my team members about the game pillars I made yesterday. Kind of sad. No, I got nothing. I'm just gonna implement them. I'll just put them in here, and I guess it is what it is. Let me go grab images for these. Team members, primarily one. Yeah, there's no money, so, who the fuck wants to stick around where there's no money, right? A lot of these people will then just go on LinkedIn and complain that they don't have anything to do, though. or complain that there's going to be a gap in their CV because they don't have any job or anything to work on. Well, it's like, well, you either work on something now or you don't work on something. Those are the only two things that can happen. I wish I was making money too, but that's not how the world works sometimes. Laserfangs, thanks for the, you've gifted 129
Computer
subs?
just subscribed. Lazy podkreślenie Fanks gifted a tier 1 sub to Atwork Computer.
You wow, bro. I gotta pay you less money. Thank you, though. Thank you for the sub. Got a fat bonus. Congrats on that. Very nice. Get paid. I think I put these somewhere else. Oh no, I did put them in here. I never saw so much money and I'm scared I might get fired. Uh-oh. Filler micro react. I don't know how it feels. Well, I know what it feels like to... I know what it feels like to worry about getting fired. I don't know what it feels like to make a lot of money. I'm a game developer. Gotta remember that. At one place I worked at, I browsed the job site for game jobs here in Poland. Very common one called Skillshot, and I saw my own job on that site. And when I asked the CEO, you know, what was the reason for that, they're like, "Oh, nothing to worry about. Doesn't mean we're getting rid of you. It just means we might need an additional person." If I was doing my job perfectly and my own team lead said that I was ahead of schedule, they wouldn't need another person. So, yeah, that was the black pill moment for me. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter what I do. I can say or do anything right now because I am going to get fucked over. Not having to be able to immediately resign, no 2 weeks notice. That's pretty much what I did. Although, okay, this was the traumatic event that happened, but after I discovered that, I was called in to the room with the CEO and some lady who worked there. Was like some lawyer or some shit, and they love to do this. They love to pull people in and then gang them, you know, gang up on them. They wouldn't allow me to bring my team lead in because I wanted him to vouch for the fact that I was doing my job well, that I was getting everything done on time, and that he actually just didn't have any more work to give me. They wouldn't allow that, and then they, tried to gaslight me and a whole bunch of shit. And I just left the room. CEO came out, tried to pull me away from my desk. I tried to leave. They locked me in the building. They said that they would call the police. It was a whole ordeal, let's put it that way. Then they were threatened with a lawsuit from one of my colleagues, and then they came down and they opened the door, said nothing, and allowed me to leave. That was an experience. So I didn't get fired, but yeah, it was an experience, put it that way. Almost got kidnapped. I was. I as a matter of fact, when they said they locked the door and called the police, I'm like, okay, good. The police will let me out. At least somebody will let me out. Hey, Kavix, and you here? What are you building? I'm building a GDD. I'm writing up my my GDD rewrite. Ooh, don't do that. Damn it. just move to the right. What are we doing? Oh, fuck off. Damn, putting images in Word is horrible. I'm gonna try to fix this, hold on. Oh boy. Great disgusting document. The game should have a link to the public version of the GDD for the curious. Well, the current version is old. It will... I'll make a separate one for the GDD once we get it remade here. The current one is from last year. And like 1 year ago, not 4 months ago. Maybe I could have an overview section of what our pillars... Yeah, but... Nah, fuck that. Those who subscribe to this cult attempt to create deep systems that aren't complex to understand and don't have a very steep learning curve. You hear that paradox? Depth through simplicity. Hey Vix, thank you for the follow, man. Happy Friday, too. Happy Friday, guys. What do you guys got planned for your weekend? I'm actually doing work tomorrow. Me and Kotspur are sitting down to design, well, to do a whole bunch of shit. And thank you, Dynamo, as well. Tomorrow I'm sitting down, I'm going to Krakow early tomorrow. I'm sitting down with Kotspur and we're making the customer profile, feature list, budget, and milestone plan. We're gonna do all that in one day. Parents can't hear you over there. And 10-3 right over their base mechanics. Ooh. Yeah, I can't play Paradox games. I'm not really a big grand strategy fan anyway. Just not my type of games. Three sections that help define what that means for Cauldron Chronicles. The first of which is fewer item types, many uses. Rather than give the player a ton of different items to collect and use, we'd rather focus on the items that make the most sense for the game's mechanics and world, especially alchemy, and do as much with them as possible. Second, systems that are easy to learn but hard to master. Although I used a lowercase t here and a uppercase, you know what? Doesn't fucking matter. Pillars of Eternity design. Oh, it's just pay in increments based on milestones, or just pay the full up front? You could actually do either, but the most common is milestone-based payment, which is why they want a milestone plan, so that they can have a well-written expectation of what they're going to receive at what point. And your milestone plan and is going to look very different if you are doing like a full release or you're doing early access, because of course early access you're meant to build things out as you go, whereas with just a full release you might do a more traditional plan of your vertical slice, alpha, beta, etc. I'm going to try to make both, although I would like to go with an early access plan, so instead of doing traditional VS alpha beta, we go we break this up into, we still make the vertical slice, of course, but then we will expand on that. I think one biome at a time is my initial mental plan. So rather than making like the horizontal slice, we just build out biomes one at a time until early access is done. We'll see though. Don't take a lot of time to understand the basics, but how the player utilizes and masters those systems. Up to player skill and experience. Lastly, covering the NPCs and stories in our game. Human stories, complex quandaries. Doesn't take complex lore. Or maze-like backstories of characters to create ones that are have complex personalities and worldviews. With the focus on writing exceptional characters, even in a fantasy world, that undergo understandable and believable. Problems is not really the right word, but that have understandable and believable problems and motivations. There's a perfect example of complex personalities and worldviews. Well, he is and he isn't. I think somebody can look at him and say, how the fuck could anybody write this? But at the same time, that does prove this to be correct. Spoon is simultaneously one note and a symphony of notes. All he talks about is poop. But in that poop, you know, every poop is different. Every poop is comprised of different things. Sometimes there's little bits of corn in it. Sometimes it's watery. Sometimes, you know, it's hard as a rock. There's multiple flavors here. Spoon is full of flavors. Just like, you know, Spoon is a unique, like every poop is unique. This honestly sounds like something that he would say. Cauldron Chronicles' first pillar is a design philosophy known as depth through simplicity. Those who subscribe to this way of thinking attempt to create deep systems that aren't complex to understand and don't have a very steep learning curve. We have 3 sections that help define what that means for Cauldron Chronicles, first of which is fewer item types, many uses. Rather than give the player a ton of different items to collect and use, we'd rather focus on the items that make the most sense for the game's mechanics and world, especially alchemy, and do as much as possible with them. Much with them as possible? Same thing, kind of differently worded. Second, systems that are easy to learn but hard to master covers the premise that our systems don't take a lot of time to understand the basics, but how the player utilizes and masters those systems is up to player skill and experience. Lastly, covering the NPCs and stories in our game is Human Stories' Complex Quandaries. It doesn't take complex lore or maze-like backstories of characters to create ones that have complex personalities and worldviews. We'd like to focus on writing exceptional characters, even in a fantasy world, that have understandable and believable problems and motivations. Yeah, that's pretty good. I accept. The word you're looking for is cacophony. He's something. Spoon is a character. Of all the characters that have ever charactered, Spoon is indeed a character. Just go up. Just be up. What are we doing? Fucking pictures, dude. Okay, let's replace this. Second pillar defines the progression in our game. As a sandbox game, sandbox RPG, Cauldron Chronicles, it's many different forms. As a sandbox RPG, where you take on an actual role. Why our game is actually more of an RPG than a lot of modern RPGs. You are actually playing a role here. Has many different forms of progression. Start defining what that means for us. We have exploration as an action, discovery as a reward. The designer's passive aggressive playground. Dude, I've written some crazy shit into design documents before. One time I had so many people that just didn't really read the document very well that I put in a sentence like somewhere in the middle, like, if you're actually reading this document, when you have questions, send the word, and I just put a word in there before you write your question. To be fair, some people did put the word, others did not. And the ones that did put the words there usually had a question that like legitimately needed to be answered because it wasn't in that document. The ones that didn't had questions that were answered in that document. Have they just looked a little bit better? That's not to say that the document was written perfectly, but you know, if I write a 5-page document on a system, just take the 20 minutes to read it. Just read it. Summarize this GDD for me in audiobook format. I think that the documents just could have been better written, to be honest. I think any time that there's a misunderstanding, if it was actually read and there's a misunderstanding, that is always 100% design's responsibility to fix. If the person didn't even decide to read it, what am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to say? Look, I made this to read. Read it. You're being paid to read it. Just do it. Exploration is not a selling point, it is an action undertaken by the player. Exploration should always, or should, as much as possible, lead to a unique discovery. This is how we make a world that rewards the player for their curiosity. It sounds simple, but that's actually very hard to do, so. But if the publisher's like, it's too long, can you give me the TLDR? I'd say that they're not very good publishers. I want to work with a publisher, who assigns a producer to me that actually understands my game. That the producer on the publisher side should be as ingrained in the production as our own producers. Just they might have some different motivations or a different viewpoint, right? Because their viewpoint is coming from legal side, marketing side, competition side, but they should still understand the game to a core degree and play the game often. If they don't do this, they're not very good publishers. Secondly, we have a desire for no non-immersive checklists. I think that the way that I describe it, honestly, is pretty damn good. Checklists are the simple carbs of progression. I like that. I'm gonna use that in the future. That's a phrase I'm gonna teach junior designers. Checklists are the simple carbs of progression. Every shitty food has it, and it's the worst kind of carbohydrate for you. Checklists are an easy and lazy way to give the player goals. Juxtaposition gratification, dude. I can't. Literally every single game designer that I've ever mentioned that to has just found it insanely ridiculous. It's such a stupid term, and I fear that I'm going to meet a junior designer someday who's gonna be, I don't know, I'm gonna like talk about, you know, progression, like character progression in a game. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, I think the juxtaposition gratification is what people find the most interesting. I think I'll just walk away, like, all right. For people who
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
For people who don't know, there was a design video, a game design video about the idea that it feels good to start off as like a. Also, it feels good to start off as a weak character and gain strength and power. And the video, the person who made the video made up a term for this called juxtaposition gratification. Which not only doesn't make sense, but it's so needlessly complex. It's just jargon. It's something somebody says to sound intelligent when they actually don't have any intelligence. There's a whole bunch of problems of why that shouldn't exist. I mean, but yeah, it's like power fantasy existed, Athano. And you know what? How many people, how many gamers can you say power fantasy to and they instantly understand it? It's the exact reason why a designer should use the term power fantasy, is because it's understandable. If you have to explain a whole bunch of shit and made up terms in your documentation or to people who aren't designers, then you're not doing your job well, you're not communicating well. Communication isn't about being complex and using big words, it's about understanding. That's why some of the best orators in history use the most simple language, or the most simple examples to understand something. I think that Stephen Fry had a quote once where, you know, he was on like a debate stage for something and he used, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was like huckstering snake oil pulpit talk to describe his debate, you know, the person on the other side of the debate stage, because this other person was just like saying it, just they had this word salad to make like no point at all. Stephen Fry's a very intelligent guy, and I think he's 100% right that it just, juxtaposition gratification to me, it has the same feeling of huckstering snake oil pulpit talk. Cursory glance at Google sees a lot of people shitting on the term. On power fantasy or on juxtaposition gratification? What I find frustrating about game design talks, it's a lot of human LLM. Words that together sounds correct. Oh, and juxtaposition, yeah, it's... I'm not surprised. I don't mean much. I think that the game design is kind of tough in that because it's not a set science. There's no proper way to design a game or proper way to not design a game. Or I guess improper way to design a game, that's what it would be. So I think it's a very easy thing for people to say that they're game designers by just stating things that work in games, but never actually understanding why they work or why they wouldn't work in other games, right? It's like it's an easy thing to enter, to think that you can do, but then to actually perform it on a professional level is mind-boggling sometimes. Even to people who have, you know, 20, 30, 40 years of experience. That doesn't mean that they're going to make a good game again. So excited for Forever Skies 1.0. I hope to see my friends from Far From Home at Digital Dragons this year. Buy him a round of shots. Most players don't retain memories of completing checklists, and they can often become a slog that players feel compelled to do. COVID shots. Nah, you're from Poland. We didn't really prescribe to the whole idea of doing a 15 million shots of COVID like some people. I want our game to be relaxing, for the player to set their own goals, to be motivated to set their own goals. A good soundtrack. I think it was true to achievements well, though. Or there were just so damn many you had to almost choose your own adventure in terms of which achievements you cared about investing your time into. I think though that if you have too much of that, it can be overwhelming, especially to new players. You know I think the worst feeling about starting up any MMO is being bombarded with like a million things to do. Or anytime you play an RPG game and you encounter like a new town and you pick up like 20 new quests in that town. You have, there is a term for this. And I think this is a lot more understandable as a term, analysis paralysis. Very common in like war games and strategy, where there's too much info coming in that you paralyze at trying to think of it all, when you should just make a decision. That a decision is better than no decision. Look at it from the perspective of someone who's already in deep. I mean, that's why they often make those, is to keep the veterans playing, because they're often the biggest whales. But at the same time, they're cutting off the life support to new players. There's plenty of MMOs where I've started up and it's just bombards like, this new feature, this new thing comes out, this new thing, buy this pack, spend this money, unlock these things. And it's like, can't I just play? Decision paralysis is a huge problem, yeah. I suffer from it too. Lastly, we have efficiency from choice, skill, not from number, perk. We will not be including XP and levels into Cauldron Chronicles. We don't feel as if this form of progression fits the experience of being an alchemist. And the responsibilities, not the responsibilities, no, it just fits the experience of being an alchemist. Doesn't need to say anything else about that. The player's own discovery, gained knowledge, and skill with both potion making and investigation aligns perfectly with the progression of the vocation in game. Artificial unlocks, but only serve to obfuscate this attainment of knowledge. Actually, this is true. There should be a semicolon here. Good grammar fix. Okay, organic progression. Our second pillar defines the progression in our game. As a sandbox RPG where you take on an actual role, Cauldron Chronicles has many different forms of progression. To start defining what that means for us, we have exploration as an action, discovery as a reward. Exploration is not a selling point. It is an action undertaken by the player. Exploration should, as much as possible, lead to a unique discovery. I mean, I guess A does kind of work, but I think unique discoveries is better. This is how we make a world that rewards the player for their curiosity. Secondly, we have a desire for no non-immersive checklists. Checklists are an easy and lazy way to give the player goals, but most players don't retain memories of completing checklists, and they often become a slog that players feel compelled to do. We want our game to be relaxing, and for the player to be motivated to set their own goals. Lastly, we have efficiency from choice and skill, not from number and perk. We will not be including XP and levels into Cauldron Chronicles. We don't feel as if this form of progression fits the experience of being an alchemist. The player's own discovery, gain knowledge, and skill with both potion making and investigation aligns perfectly with the progression of the vocation in-game. Artificial unlocks will only serve to obfuscate this attainment of knowledge. Well, rewrite, I might actually watch the stream how I do in True Nightmare. Yeah, yesterday we just made up the new... That's not it. The new, organization for the document. And I'm just fully rewriting it, because why not? I think it would take me more time to try and rework older sections than it would be to just rewrite all of it. How are things? Am I good? I'm burning the candle on both ends. And I'm definitely going to need a nice break after Digital Dragons. It's not bad, it's just I know that we were stabilizing, making sure that we played some games, took some breaks in order to maintain that level of good solid progress. Now I'm kind of in that last sprint towards pitching the game and anxiety, stress, things like that. Spa day, I think we're gonna try to I'm definitely going to take a break after Digital Dragons. I'm gonna play Doom Dark Ages. That's not even a question. I'm gonna play that because that comes out like right around Digital Dragons. And we're just gonna relax, take a chill, fix up any problems that we get from feedback, and we'll still do some game dev stuff, but I think I'm just gonna make some like smaller little prototypes and ideas for, I don't know, but we'll see what happens, because some of it might change pretty heavily if we do get a funding, if we do get like some publisher interest right away. Hey Nightsy. Our last pillar, micro-reactivity. It's not just a pillar of Cauldron Chronicles, but one we'd like for all of our games. Should get a full week off. For me, streaming like a game is work. I know it doesn't sound like work for some people, but you're not just playing a game, you're also entertaining. You're speaking in front of a camera. But it is more relaxing to do than some game dev stuff, that is like creatively demanding. So playing like Doom Dark Ages, just getting through that would be pretty relaxing to do after Digital Dragons, and maybe some other games that we would want to get to. A little bit of a break. Been doing Cauldron Chronicles now for 222 days. I find you're playing Inzoi. I played that a little bit. It's pretty cool. Very easy to romance people, huh? I rizzed up a woman and got her pregnant within like 2 days. Microaggressions. The first section of this covers our NPCs and their stories. Since you can provide them with any potion you want, we don't want any simple success failure states. Able to get married and pregnant before 10 p.m. on the same day. That's wild. Most games similar to ours, or that people will compare to ours, only ever have binary success states. This is boring. And not very realistic. Or immersive. We'd rather go the full RPG route and let the player choose how to approach a situation, carefully crafting the narrative outcomes for these choices. Can't make a family meal. Yeah, I mean, I think the game has a lot of promise, and I think that as a whole, Inzoi does have a lot better marketing and seemingly a lot more passion behind it than I see with anything that EA poops out these days. So I'm hoping that the game has gotten enough success from its initial launch to fund all of that passion. And I think people are really wanting a better competitor to Sims. And this could be it if they play their cards right. This really could be. But they really have to listen to those hardcore Sims fans that have been completely neglected and taken advantage of by EA for, it feels like, over a decade. Hey, here's another expansion. Pay $20 for a few new things that existed in Sims, 1 or 2 by default. Emphasizes that dialogue is just as important as potions. This is a really important one for me. In most games, dialogue is throwaway. At best, you're clearly shown when your choices will have lasting impact. This sets a bad precedence. It reinforces the view that 99% of the dialogue actually doesn't matter. Achieving micro-reactivity is not easy. But by making dialogue actually matter and not showing this explicitly to the player, we'll start to build that expectation. Say 30 pounds for new season? Sure, have winter and endless winter. We'll see what they do with Inzoi. The fact that it is moddable helps a lot. That was a very smart decision to get rid of De Novo. Huge, absolutely huge decision. I think, though, I have seen that they are not a big fan of some of the mods that have been made. Honestly, You might not like the mods, but you should probably just shut the fuck up about them. It's not going to help your image to attack people for making like nude mods. As much as you might not want nude mods in your game, I'm sorry, they're going to happen. You can't stop it. Yeah, there's always going to be mods. Give me 1 second, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm pounding through the Coca-Cola today. I gotta back off, I'm gonna run out. A little bit dehydrated, I guess. Cola doesn't dehydrate you. That's a myth. There's actually no diuretic effect of Coca-Cola or sodas. Alcohol, however, is very much a diuretic. Last section for our last pillar covers the effects that can be put on potions. It would be easy to make effects that only exist or that only work for your dehydrator? No. Well, there's no sugar in this anyway. Easy to make effects that only work for NPCs or only for the player. We'd rather build our world. Like if you split up the ingredients of like a Coca-Cola, there is a diuretic effect like the sodium, of course, but there's so much water in soda that any diuretic effect from any of the compounds is way overridden by the amount of water inside. New Vegas lied to me. I think a lot of games lie just to make interesting systems. That's part of the fun, right? That's part of the fantasy. Something that can't exist in the real world. Effect and combination useful in different scenarios. This way, nothing feels thrown away. There's another word for this. Like if I were to make a potion for like a specific, it feels like a MacGuffin, right? It feels like a. There's a proper term for this. Useless. But only having like one use, right? If like a potion of flatulence is used to solve this one quest, and then you can get more of them later, but they don't do anything. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck word is that? It's like it has to do with unique, but I don't want to use the word unique. It's like because that has a positive connotation. I want the negative connotation or whatever unique is in this case. I mean, I could just say this way nothing feels like it exists to serve a single purpose. Like why complicate it? I mean, I think that's pretty good. Gameplay percentages. Inadequate. It's similar. I think I'll just go with the simple way to word it. Nothing feels like it exists to serve a single purpose. When in doubt, few more words, more easy to understand. Cauldron Chronicles has... Cauldron Chronicles is activities, and the player's actions within the world can roughly be put into 3 buckets. See, normally when writing like a book, you wouldn't want to use numbers. You would want to spell out the number. In my opinion, when writing like design documents, using numbers is way better just because it's more easily visible. And if somebody's looking for a specific number within like a section, they can just kind of easily spot it and pick it out. A few words more understand. Yeah, it's kind of the goal when writing a design doc, right? It's just, if it's understandable, that's the most important thing. Is it worth highlighting the number? You could like make it bold. You could put it in like a separate section, like the game will have 10 activities. And then, you know, make a separate section, the activities in the game, blah, 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 right? That way, you know, this is like, this is emphasized. What if work can be CSV data driven? I don't know. I think shoving too much information into documents can sometimes be a little bit overkill. When in doubt, if you need to have like some spreadsheet linked, just, you know, say, hey, this document goes with this spreadsheet, and link the spreadsheet, and then in the spreadsheet put a link to the document. Why only 10? 0 out of 10, not enough mini. No, it's 10 out of 10 because it has 10 mini games. That's a checklist right there, Lazy Fang. See, the moment you play the first minigame, it's a 1 out of 10. The second minigame, 2 out of 10. Our gameplay percentage estimations help anchor our initial belief of where players will spend their time. It also helps us design systems with those goals in mind. For Cauldron Chronicles, we expect the following gameplay percentages. I'm the designer and you're the code monkey. Hey. Takes two to tango. Please make tables in Excel and copy and paste it into Word than just to make a table in Word. Yeah. This is true. It's easier to make a table in anything else and then just paste an image into Word. And sometimes that's enough. And then you can just say, hey, this image was taken from this spreadsheet, and then just link it below, right? I kind of do that with, yeah, like, just put a link here or something. Takes you to the Steam page. I used to put, like, stuff that at the top of the document, like, you know, sister documents or related documents, spreadsheets. Don't paste images. For some reason, pasting images into Word, most cancerous thing ever. Seen above, most of the gameplay is spent in the open world, where we intend to have a plethora of activities and depth for the player to discover. When an NPC shows up at player's hut, that's when that NPC gets the spotlight. While the player determines the best course of action, should the player need to engage in alchemy for that NPC or for their open world activities, alchemy should exist as a very quick procedure but one that the player can take their time with if desired. I think that makes sense. As seen above, most of the gameplay is spent in the open world where we intend to have a plethora of activities and depth for the player to discover. Obviously, these will be listed later in the document. When an NPC shows up at the player's hut, that's when the NPC gets the spotlight while the player determines the best course of action. Should the player need to engage in alchemy for that NPC or for their open world activities, alchemy should exist as a very quick procedure, but one that the player can take their time with if desired. Selling points, oh fuck. Obviously, the first selling point is giant open world to explore. No. No, 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 no. Let me pull up my selling points that I used last year, because some of them I think are still very accurate, and I did put some thought into those. Where'd it go? Where this ship be? Oh, I put it here. When you jump NPCs do still wait, correct? When making a new video for you, I will likely use the quick option and leave them there. Yeah, they still wait. You can just pick the quick option, like you said, and leave them there. 100%. Open-ended alchemy system allowing players to craft nearly any potion they want. Unique NPCs with stories that the player can aid or sabotage depending on their choices. Open world that changes with season and weather, teeming with all manner of flora, fauna, puzzles, and secrets. Potion-based combat system where the potions you make can be used on yourself or used as weapons against monsters. Corruption mechanic that infests bombs and greatly alters the flora fauna in that region, providing a lot of risk-reward for the player. Yes. But I think I would rewrite these a little bit. You know, when you think about it, these are kind of the sections that you want to emphasize really deeply on, like your Steam page, right? Like this. This is your selling point. And then this is explanation of that selling point, and of course, very nice GIFs of those selling points in action. This is fantastic. Learn how to really make a GDD. This shit's tough. It's tough. Writing in general is not great. I think it's a skill. You just have to like write more, but you know, you only need one GDD per game, and usually if you join a studio, somebody's already written that GDD unless you join them at like the extreme start. So you never really, even if as a designer, you never really have an opportunity to write your own GDD, and at best you can use the ones that you've seen as an example, but the ones you've seen as an example may not even be that good. So it's, I don't know, it's a lot of trial and error. D&D character backstories I do, like, hey, that's necessary too. Just for different reasons. I think this is still pretty good. It's short, it's sweet, it's accurate. I think rather than unique NPCs, I feel like the term handwritten NPCs is, especially in this day and age, handwritten characters is a selling point. I think this is redundant. Who made his tag I keep seeing on games at the moment as a selling point? It's definitely a popular selling point with players right now. And I'm part of that group. The moment somebody says, oh, it's AI, next. It's too much. Run characters with morally and ethically ambiguous stories that the player can aid or sabotage. Also on the anti-AI bandwagon. There's some people that want it, and I think that they want it because they feel that it would be better than like writing in Dragon Age Veilguard or something, which is probably true. I think what they really want though is just better stories than Dragon Age Veilguard or games like that. And that if AI is a baseline that is better than that, then they want at least that. But that when it really comes down to it, if Larian Studios came out and said they're going to use AI to write all their dialogue, the world would be up in arms, right? Rightly so, in my opinion. And even the people that say that they should use AI to do it, they wouldn't want that. I think it's spot on. I want you, when you guys read these, I want you to read them as you know, you're looking at a Steam page. You're like, okay, RPG, I craft potions, okay. Is this interesting? You could see an open-ended alchemy system allowing players to craft nearly any potion they want. And then boom, you see like a GIF of the alchemy system, the player dragging ingredients into the cauldron, and how it, you can see it like adding new effects to the potion. That'd be good. Okay, handwritten characters with morally and ethically ambiguous stories that the player can aid or sabotage. This one is kind of hard to show because, like, what do you show with dialogue and, like, choices? You'd honestly just expect that in an RPG. I would too. The fact that I have to, put some of this as a selling point kind of shows you the state of RPGs nowadays. But if it works as a selling point to say that our game is actually an RPG, then I guess I'll use it. Read someone a potion, then showing a grave. We'll leave that up to the publisher. I think that if the player saw this just as a selling point, like just this phrase, this sentence, I think that that would be interesting. How we display that is going to be up to people that are a lot smarter than me with all that. Open world that changes with season and weather. Okay, that part is good. Teeming with all manner of flora, fauna, puzzles, and secrets. I think that works. Short and sweet. Talks about seasons and weather and activities. Doesn't tell you anything. I think a GIF here to show seasons and weather would help a lot. And then another GIF showing creatures, the player solving puzzles with potions. The words and the images have to work in tandem. Hey, Tonic. Dynamically changing world as seasons fall. New areas are uncovered. The phrase dynamic open world is really overused. But it is more meant in our game than it is in games where it's overused. I think we can use it, but we would definitely have to put some really, really good imagery along with saying dynamic open world. I mean, I think that if people see passing seasons, I think weather is kind of assumed with that. but it probably should be included anyway. Don't have puzzles. I mean, this doesn't even say anything about like fishing and farming either. What do I want to say with this selling point? Starvation. I've never seen that game. Dynamic open world that changes with passing season and landscape. Dynamic open world is landscape, life, and resources change with each season or weather pattern. I've seen it, I haven't. Sure, done that on a Discord or something. I played a little bit of Blueprints last night, so I heard a lot about it. And I like Raw Fury as a publisher. Pretty cool game, I gotta play some more of that. A channel? You can put it anywhere. I don't really care. You can throw it in general, you can throw it in gaming, who cares? I'm not a stickler about, oh, you didn't use the gaming channel to talk about a game. I don't care. It's not like we have 10,000 people on our Discord. We need to keep it a little bit better moderated. Hey, Verlog. I feel like I feel like what I'm about to write is a selling point. You guys will tell me what you think when after I write it. Focus on depth over expansiveness with a variety of activities such as fishing, farming, and tasks. really an activity though, is it? Extreme. I mean, the idea of calling them tasks just sounds so lame, but I don't know what else to call them. How many jobs? Completing faction tasks. Completing tasks for factions. Gaining reputation with factions by completing tasks. Alignments, missions. I want the player to think of them as that large. Should be tertiary. Um, Honestly, I think another selling point that it seems to be coming back in popularity. No checklists, custom markers, or minimap. Yeah, I think a larger map is fine to have. Um, Absolutely. You know, I think that we can achieve this by, you know, wanting to make that smaller, deeper world as opposed to a uh, more expansive map. You know, we're not trying to go for size here. We're trying to go for depth, and I'd rather learn from the greats here with landmark based level design as opposed to, I don't know, more, maybe some like slightly more realistic level design. Table in your house. Yeah, I think I would do something like that. You look pretty with a smile. I have a rusting bitch face, unfortunately. I wasn't born this way. $90 physical games from Nintendo made me this way. Does this cover everything? Open-ended alchemy system. Okay, alchemy. Done. Handwritten characters with morally and ethically ambiguous stories that the player can aid or sabotage, responding differently not just to the potions you provide, but also to what you say. A little bit lengthy, but accurate. Dynamic open world whose landscape, life, and resources change with each season and weather pattern. True. Focus on depth over expansiveness with a variety of activities such as fishing, farming, solving puzzles, discovering secrets, and gaining a reputation with factions by completing tasks. Potion-based combat system where the potions you make can be used on yourself or used as weapons against creatures and monsters. No checklist, quest markers, or minimap. Learn the layout of the land through landmark-driven world design. Have ChatGPT do it? No, fuck that. I really don't need like a preamble to the selling points here. Hmm. I do want a little bit of more line spacing between these. I'm gonna add some line spacing. What did you just paste wall me with? It's a bunch of gobbledygook. Please review the points. Okay. I think those are pretty good. I always try to aim for 5, but honestly, I think if 7 covers everything that we want in the game, that I think are the selling points, I'm pretty happy with that. Could maybe expand on like no checklist, quest markers, or mini map. I'm just gonna add yellow paint. Explore and learn the layout of the land through landmark-driven world design. Hey, here it is. I buffed the raid group, but we can't fish. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Let me remove that. They still haven't fixed their fishing system. Kind of annoying. There we go. Fishing for likes. I'll have to sit on these. I'll have to sit on these. You know, some of this I'll send over to other people as well to get their opinions on. Deadline for the API update is this weekend. I mean, it still works. Like the fishing thing still works. It's just it will post it with your main account, not your bot account. I don't really want to see the chat spammed with my main account a million times during a stream. And the on-screen chat, I forget which side it's on, is doesn't filter out my messages, but it does filter out the bot's messages. Again, I don't want it to get spammed with a whole bunch of fishy messages. So he's supposed to fix it to work with the bot account, and it hasn't done that yet. I'll just do that so they're a little more separated. Moods and emotions. I still like this section existing. I think that it helps frame, it adds an additional frame of reference for the way that we want to design things or even balance things. I just don't know if I like, let me read these. Isolation. While the open world is teeming with life, humans need interaction with each other. The length and time between NPCs showing up creates a sense of loneliness, and leading to the next point, anticipation for the arrival of the next NPC to share their story and any news of what's going on with neighboring cities and villages. The isolation a positive or negative one? Yes. With the sparsity of NPC arrivals, the player anticipates the next time they can see someone and share some words. After providing NPC with potions and keeping in mind that the results of potions are not immediately known, there's a definite sense of anticipation for if the NPC will show up again and in what state. The world full of new creatures and plants, interesting discoveries and unknown interactions. Oh, interesting discoveries and unknown interactions exist throughout. By creating a dynamic world where the life interacts with and is influenced by changes in weather and season, the player never knows what to expect and will be curious about finding new interactions. Interactions between the world, nature, and player create unique and memorable experiences. Different biomes and changes in the flora fauna with corruption create a worrying yet still enchanting landscape. Yes. And I think that these also help with the creation of songs for the soundtrack and for the mood board for when we get an artist on board. So I'm not upset with that. Just that I think that it could receive a bit of love once we get some art made. And we have, you know, actual art direction. This should all still be fine. That's fine for now, I think. You know, the GDD is not meant to be fully finished, even at this point. It just needs to be enough that we could take it into vertical slice, you know, actual production and build on top of that. It's a starting point. It is a living doc, yeah. Although I think that it should remain pretty high level in a lot of cases, and you can do smaller low level documents for like more in-depth feature implementation. I think it's meant to be more expansive than deep, if that's a good way to put it. And then when it comes time to actually work on the feature itself, then you can be a little bit more deep. Have the meetings with the team leads and decide. I include technical information. Well, I mean, do we define this as technical info, or... Oh, deeper stuff? I wouldn't include it. I wouldn't include it unless the game was really small in scope, and there's no point making smaller documents. But I personally wouldn't include small scope stuff. I can write 10 plus pages on like a design doc for something that's really complex, like a complex system. Shoving, you know, 15 of those into one giant document, that doesn't really make it easier to read. I'd rather have like a dedicated document for combat where we can get into the nitty-gritty of that. Yeah, I'm just gonna outline it. We have a lot to outline, so imagine if I had to get into the nitty-gritty of all of this. Especially, I think that we don't need to do as much nitty-gritty stuff just because I already have the prototype, right? You know, I can use the prototype and I can point out to like the lead programmer or something like, hey, you know, this should be pretty much the same thing. This we do want to be a little bit different. Here's an example of how it works or how I want it to work, and then, you know, minimal documentation needed at that point. Does the ESRB and PEGI really... Like, let's say, for instance, that we have a character who talks about grape without the G, right? And, you know, like, they've suffered that trauma. Does that subject matter instantly push it into M and 18? It comes based on the trailers. Well, I know they don't do it based on intelligence because they gave Balatro M rating. This violence, blood and gore, sexual content, and/or strong language. Suggestive themes. I don't really have anything for like topics. Ain't no way I can talk about references to violent acts. Rape is a really hard topic. It is a hard topic. I guess it would be considered violent references. References to sex or sexuality. Sexual violence. That's depictions. I guess it would just be suggestive themes. But that isn't always to do with sexuality. I think games are avoiding, well, because a bunch of people are pussies. Fuck them. God forbid we talk about humanity. Subject matter being a rather ambiguous from a rating perspective. It's unknown where the game would specifically fall. I think a lot of games just don't want to broach difficult subject matter. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't want to upset like the two people that are really gonna care if you have a character who suffered some bad shit or something. Fuck 'em, it's an RPG game, bro. It's a game for adults. Publicly traded companies, it's a hit in the wallet. Well, why we're not publicly traded. Fuck yeah. '18 games now need to support children's view. Why was Dragon Age Veilguard rated 18? Like what was actually included in Dragon Age Veilguard that made it 18? Because there's no nudity. Violence and bad language? Ain't no way. There's no bad language. When was a bad word ever used in Veilguard? Oops, not that. No. That was an actually decent game. Blood, nudity, sexual themes, strong language, violence. There's no nudity. What are they talking about? They called the trans character she, they did. Remember COD devs saying they stopped making World War II games because they thought kids aren't taught it anymore? It includes some sexual material. Characters are depicted kissing, moaning, and straddling each other, caress each other while in their underwear, and some sexual dialogue. Only one scene which male Rick is bare-chested. That's not nudity. A man without his shirt on is not nudity. But it's not nudity in the sense that every bare-chested man game is going to get rated M. That's not the way that they define it. No interactive elements. Bro, I've never seen a more true statement about Dragon Age the Vanguard in my life. I don't know why it says that. It's kind of weird. Role-playing game in which the player assumes the role of warrior rook trying to defeat corrupt ancient gods. Yeah, the ancient elven gods of Elganon and Gillinan. From destroy the world of Thedas. Yeah, that's really well written there. Totally grammatically correct. Players explore environments, interact with characters, perform quests, and battle enemies in melee ranged and magical combat. Character use swords, arrows, energy bursts, and elemental attacks to defeat various enemies. Combat is highlighted by cries of pain, explosions, and blood splatter effects. There was no blood in Veilguard. Was there? Cutscenes also depict instances of violence and blood. Characters impaled on swords, shriveled corpses amid blood-stained torture devices. I didn't see any of that. Some scenes depict corpses lying in pools, large splatters of blood. One boss battle takes place in a large pool/room full of blood. I don't remember that either. Game contains some sexual material. Characters kissing. Wow. What is this? Anime? Moaning and straddling each other, characters caressing each other while they're underwear. Dialogue referencing sex. Example, think about us having sex. Are you trying to have sex with me? Characters are sometimes depicted topless for prolonged periods of time. Character customization and or during love scenes. The word fuck appears in the game. Does it? I don't remember there being a single naughty word. Is this the right game? Did they mistake this? If it's straight kissing, it's an 18, but if it's gay, it's 13? Ain't no way. Seems you didn't play it properly. They didn't make it properly. How am I supposed to play it properly? Okay, but what about Nekopara? There's no rating summary. It's a bunch of this with cat girls. That's all it is. Did 100% the game so you can't comment? I did all of the quests in the game. Alright, do I want to... I might just write everything above this. And then just delete this after I'm done, since some of this might still be relevant, some of it might not be. Pick up all 12 billion small brown rocks. I did most of the game. I think I did most. I definitely didn't 100% it, but I did pretty much everything in the game. I did complete all the Merlin trials. I actually did complete the Merlin trials, okay? I did it, they were shit. I don't know why they included so many. Oh, God, what a worst part about that game. Fucking Merlin trials. It's called padding. It is called padding. Just so they can say that in order to fully complete our game, you have to spend over 100 hours in it or something. with 20 of those hours being fucking Merlin trials or collecting underwater barrels in Skellige and Witcher 3. Jesus Christ. Time to complete in CC? I don't even know. Depends on how many NPCs we have. Be entirely dependent on content. The highest rate of mods right now is unlimited inventory space. Time to penis? Oh. I don't know. I don't think we have penises. It is a pretty good section, isn't it? I like it. Just copy this over. Let me do it this way. I'll just do this. Is an in-game means to draw a penis. There might be a way to do it. I don't know. It's not really up for me to decide, is it? Consider DLC as microtransactions? No, DLC is usually macro transactions. Map pack? I mean, I'm gonna have cheats in my game. Like, there's gonna be... I promised already that I would do in-game cheats. And you will also be able to mod the game, so... do what you need to do. Find the cheat codes only on the Microraptor homepage. I don't care what people do with my game. You bought the game, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. I don't know how I feel about this section, but I'm just gonna put it in there anyway. Just delete it if I don't like it. I don't remember the purpose of that section. X. Selecting state and processing. Respawning. Alchemy table. Ingredient storage. Processing ingredients. Brewing. A lot of these sections are also just, they kind of exist for posterity. Okay, what was the purpose that we did with this? Why did we want this in here? Oh yeah, that's why. It's very cheap for me to work on this right now because I'm not, we don't have any burn down of the company funds at the moment, so. The better I can prepare to have people get hired and start working, the better. What the fuck I just clicked? Scoring. Oceans. Wait, hold on, I messed something up here. You. Okay, that's why it looks weird. Better. I had a, I'm gonna call him out. I hope he's not watching. I have a friend who was using my my template here, and he would put spaces in between. And I don't know why, but it really bothered me every time he did that. I hope he's not watching. It would spaces in between, like, if you had like a section heading like this for dialogue, he would put it here. He'd put a space in between. I don't know why. It bothered me. I would always delete them when I was reviewing his documents. A different way. Right. Story interconnection. Open world. This will be a big section. very big section. Because I always saw, like, when I needed to break down and have subsections to a section, that this was kind of like just an existing parent for the actual content. So I never put any, I never put any like stuff here. Because I would just immediately jump, if I needed to put something inside of one of these, I would just make a section for that. I don't know, just a million different ways to do the same thing. A lot of these will have overview and goal sections because, in my opinion, that's more important than some of the other sections. As long as everybody understands the overview and goals of a feature, in most cases, you can have a quick call to clarify some of the smaller bits. And also the publishers will be, reading this too, and they'll want to know, well, why? Why do you want to have seasons? Like what does this do for the game? That should have a subsection. That should have an overview. Loot. Respawning. Season availability. We might add more sections to or delete some once we're writing this up, but this is just like a starting point. Puzzles. Like, I don't want an exhaustive puzzle list here, so I'm just going to do puzzle examples. You know, we have some of those prototyped in the game too, so how much do we really need to write here when you can just go play them? But at least I want to give a good representation of the diversity in puzzles that we can actually achieve. Okay, we're a little over halfway. Changes to effects and flavors. Sorry guys that this stream is boring. Welcome to behind the scenes of what a game designer actually does, which is a lot of this.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
What does it even mean that resentment can grow wildly after a storm? What, like weather?
Shiitake?
Shut up with your shiitake. I don't know, was it quietly or was it wildly? What actually does she say? Quietly. It's not even a bad line. You know, it's kind of like very lighthearted and humorous. It's just the way that it's read. Interactions with weather. Who do you guys date in Stardew Valley? Who's your bang buddy? Date in Stardew Valley, yeah. Like, who do you guys get married to? The artist? Which one's the artist? Carlin. I know there's a mod for it, but there's a different game. That is a very different game, sir. Ninja girl who lives by the lake. I'm talking about Stardew Valley, different way, not Baldur's Gate 3. Same thing. Definitely not the same thing. You can bang any of the companions in Baldur's Gate 3. They're all single. They're all what am I thinking? The main character sexual. In game from different perspective. Beg to disagree. I can already write this section. No. I will expand on why no. Put that there for now for the memes. One you farm carrots and cauliflowers and the other you bang them. Man, I played Baldur's Gate 3 times. 3.5. I don't remember fucking the carrots. Maybe I missed that that feature. I don't think I've played it. I guess not. This was supposed to be a simple alchemy game. How many features we have? No, you're not gonna bang the fruits in Cauldron Chronicles. You can bang spoon though, okay? It's a fun word to spell. Every time I spell a word correctly, I get reminded that nearly 75% of kids are not proficient in reading and writing. And that was from 2011. Imagine it now. Yeah, 75 in 2011. Those are the people that'll be able to vote soon. Keep that in mind. You think we're like 100 schools in America don't have kids reading at their level? I wouldn't even say I wouldn't even say that's just the US. I think this is the entire Western world is suffering from this. To different degrees. Yeah, I wish I were joking about that stat a different way. I really do. It doesn't seem credible. It feels like a made-up stat that's like, you know, misreading the, you know, some chart or something, right? Sadly, it is very much accurate. And this is before ChatGPT. This is before COVID as well. Back when kids actually went to school. Any statistics on kids who are learning to read, write at a proficient level later in life? I don't know. They even stopped, like, the reason why those stats are from 2011 is because they stopped performing those tests. I imagine because kids were performing so horribly on them. If you don't gather the bad statistics, you don't have bad statistics. Yeah, the problem is in Schrodinger's retardation. If you don't test the kids for being retarded, then technically they're not. We live in idiocracy. True. Why be retarded when you can be a game journalist? You wrote retarded twice, Lazy Fangs. It's supposed to be satire, not a manual. The one thing, you know, because I think that Wall-E was, you know, was a great movie. Very, kind of very predictive of the future. The one thing that they didn't get right is that the moment that people would turn off the screens, they would be able to interact socially like normal. That's the one thing that wasn't correct. That and it, like because the two people, like the two, you know, the fat lady, fat man on the whatever the hover things, had the screens turned off and they instantly greeted each other and like shook hands. Kids can't even do that without screens these days. Going to dopamine withdrawal. Dopamine's scary, especially the way that games manipulate dopamine production is kind of scary. If you unplug from the dopamine drip games, it's actually kind of wild how it does feel like you're being unplugged from the Matrix in a way. Oh, I can actually just play games that aren't dopamine drips. That's a thing. I think that's the general outline. 1 or 2 sections. Like 10 pages of this document is just gonna be taken up by the table of fucking contents. I could put some more space between, or less space between those. Maybe. I'm gonna have to make a custom table of contents though. Definitely something I don't want to do right now. Alright, well we can start writing some of this. Let me go to the bathroom. And then we'll do it. Then we'll do it. One section at a time. I'm having a roasted peanut with cheese and jalapeno. These things are addictive though. They're very crunchy. I wish I had some like at least rough drawing of what Erythia looks like. I have it in my head, but I need to like translate it to an actual drawing. It takes so much time making like a little map like that though. There's some pretty cool map creation software that I was testing out. I forget the name of it. think if I saw it, I would know. It wasn't Metro Map. Was it World Painter? Oh, that's from Minecraft. I have used that before. This is for D&D map creation are super solid. I remember buying one from Humble Bundle thousands of years ago. I swear, I can't remember what it was called, but I don't even see it here. Fantasy Map Maker. It might have been Incarnate. I feel like it was Incarnate. Yeah, I think this is exactly what it was. It was pretty easy to use. It's just, you know, I got really deep into wanting to sculpt it at like a really fine detail. And so, you know, it can just chew up a lot of time because it's really fun to use. But I tested it to see if I wanted to buy it and use it to make Erythia, you know, the land of Cauldron Chronicles, and of other games that we would want to make in the same universe. I highly recommend it though. It was very, very easy to use. And came with a bunch of free stuff that you could utilize with. If I get some free time on a weekend, I'll at least make like the rough outline and some of the locations. Then we can just fill that in as we, you know, write lore, and we can modify it. Because inevitably we will need somebody to kind of maintain that and be the lore keeper. I would like for like our narrative designer to do that. And then the you know, the narrative designer can also help build out the world and get the high level of interesting stories to make characters with, give that to the writers, and the writers can go ham. $25 a year though is not bad for people who really like to do this stuff. PF2 world map? Oh no, I'm just gonna Incarnate because I torrented this and tried this to make stuff. I think I tried Wonder Draft. I don't remember which ones. I tried two of them, and one of them was definitely better than another. Oh shit, now that I look at this one, maybe it was this one. I don't remember. I honestly just don't remember. You guys both say Wonder Draft? Issue was the default assets. I'm pretty sure I tried this and it was really easy to use and very nice. I never used it for like battle maps though, I just did it for like world maps. It's web only. Man, I would love to make Anvil anthologies and place it in a city so we could make a cool city map. Big plans. I got big plans. Either way, we'll need to use something for making the world map. Make D&D maps in Unreal. So maybe I'll just fill this in, because this won't matter as much to the pitch, but I can at least fill this in after I have the gameplay stuff filled in. But it's not relevant to me writing any of this stuff up. This is creative shit, this is not creative shit, so I'm gonna do the not creative shit right now. A billion years to make a solid map, yeah. That's why I'm thinking, you know, I build the basics that I have right now, and we just build it as we are in production, right? I hand this off to like the narrative designer or something, whoever wants to be the lore keeper, and somebody wants to work on this map, and they can be the ones to be the keeper of that and own that. I don't really need to have much control over that. You know, I can say, hey, can we do this or this or this, because I want to, you know, see if there's other things to explore in these regions later on in future games. Other than that, small little things, not gonna worry too much about those. Because of that, your customers are very diverse in both type and origin. Oh my god, 31 of you guys watching me write a GDD? I have fewer people watching me play games sometimes. You guys are wild. Bunch of game devs, that's what you are. Wanna watch game dev content. You're a gay dev. Okay. We're a shopkeeper. You don't stock shelves or price potions in bulk. You are a specialist. Your job is to find the specialized potion for dealing with specific problems that arise, or that these problems. Was that Promised Oblivion remaster? I still find it funny that people actually think that that's going to be developed in Unreal Engine 5. I mean, look, I will gladly admit defeat and eat my words if it turns out that they've actually remastered that in Unreal Engine 5. I think that would be the most stupid, ridiculous, dumb thing that Bethesda could ever do. I don't see it happening. talking with them, asking relevant questions, sometimes using your own knowledge, parts of the world to create a potion that the customer didn't even know they needed. Understand the Oblivion Remaster, it's only meant to be taking the graphics options from Unreal Engine, like how Shadows the Lost did it? Yeah, but you can't do that though. Like, Unreal is like you can't use multiple engines. You can use similar rendering methods, you can rewrite, shaders, absolutely. But you can't use Unreal's graphics with the Creation Engine systems, which is what it was rumored to be from somebody who doesn't know how game engines work. Well, you can use Unreal 5's graphics and then just rewrite the physics. You don't have to use chaos physics, but that's not using two engines. That's just using, it's like you can buy Havoc physics for Unreal, which you can replace chaos with. Back in Unreal 4.2.7, they had chaos physics and NVIDIA PhysX, but that's not using two engines. That's just using a physics library. So you can't use Unreal 5's graphics and the systems from Creation Engine. You would have to remake the systems from the Creation Engine in Unreal. Which doesn't mean that you're remaking the game with two engines. You're remaking the game in Unreal. It's all in one. They're monolithic. Both Creation Engine and Unreal are both monolithic engines. You can't swap parts out between them. As you assist these customers, depending on their stories and what potions you provide, their lives may be drastically altered. This may create some chain reactions, whereby a customer that you killed would have ended up killing another character down the line, for example. By getting this first customer killed, second character remains alive. The reason that you don't understand how it works, True Nightmare, is because it actually cannot work. Like, that person on Reddit is just farming and doesn't know how game engines work. And there's no reason that they would do this when they have the Creation Engine, which is much better for their engineers, because Bethesda has hired people who know how to use the Creation Engine and work the Creation Engine. The Creation Engine's graphics have been updated very well since Starfield, and are likely receiving even more upgrades for Elder Scrolls 6. Right, my Shadow Colossus? Well, they're just It's just a physics library. You can replace physics library by making a custom build of Unreal. So it's not using two engines. And that's just not possible with Unreal because of how monolithic it is. It's not like a rendering library that you would get. Maybe you would use like what's that one that like Torchlight 2 used? They used a rendering library, but they still had to make their own custom, you know, physics and interaction and things like that. Yeah, Bethesda would never do it, and even if it could be done, it wouldn't, which it can't in this case. Bethesda wouldn't do it because they have the creation engine, and it's like you have existing mods, and you know that mods are one of the reasons that people keep buying your games, even if the base game itself is not very good. It would be like, it would just be suicide not to use the creation engine. The game would actually just be dead on arrival if they remade Oblivion in Unreal Engine 5. Because every single modder would refuse to switch from, you know, their experience with the Creation Kit to trying to make mods in Unreal. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. And that's even assuming that the Oblivion remake is real, which it seems to be. I think that is confirmed, but just none of the details are confirmed. The scary part is that all these rumors with it being in Unreal Engine 5, you'd think that if that wasn't true, they would come out and clarify that. I don't think that the modders would actually switch. I don't think people would buy it. I don't see it, especially with Sky Oblivion coming out, which 90% of the fan base seems to be more excited for the Sky Oblivion than for the remake. They don't want to admit the game is real at all. I thought that the fact that the remake exists was confirmed, but there's no details about it. I could be wrong about that. And all the details were from somebody who said they knew details about it, but that's literally it. It's just not. It might all just be. It's not even leaks. It's claimed leaks. What did I actually want to put here? The players' hut is their hub. This is where you meet and talk to customers, brew potions, take tasks, and relax when the weather is not the most welcoming. I don't know what I wanted to put here. It can receive some basic customizations to the interior and can receive upgrades that expand, modify the existing structure. One example is a greenhouse addition, where the player can grow plants, or a cellar edition where it's always dark and mushrooms or other nighttime Where the ingredients that love the darkness thrive. Good enough. Fuck it. Ingredients. Let's grab a screenshot of something. Save this in like a DD screens. We can kind of delete most of this, or we can just make a old folder. Okay, hold on. Above image is an example. One of our ingredients. Information panels. Rather data heavy. It is a data driven game. Everything from the basic description, what the ingredient is, the way down to the flavor of the ingredient. Do we explain flavor anywhere? Kind of have like an ingredient flavor. Put it down here, like add flavor requirements. Oh fuck. sleepy, dude. I'm so tired. I can't even rest that much this weekend. Because tomorrow I have to go and do like a whole day of work with Cuthbert. And Sunday... On Sunday I can relax a little bit. At least the weather's gonna be nice. Go to sleep. As good as a nap sounds, I need to keep writing with this. We gotta go, go, go. We only have this much time left. I'm hoping I can have the GDD done by Wednesday. Mostly, or at least as much as I can, and then we can work on the pitch deck, which I honestly just don't see the pitch deck taking more than a day. Most of the content in there is still the same. It hasn't really changed much. Just need to update some images. Fix up a couple of the slides. You have to make a customer profile as well. I'm going to try to make that tomorrow with Cuthbert, but we could also just do that on stream. And there's some other documents here that I'm kind of forgetting what we need to do with them. What'd they be? One pager needs an update. We can do that. Trailer. I guess I could record footage for the trailer here while we stream. But I'll probably need to take a day off to record and edit that. There's some things that I just can't do on stream that I might just need to take days off for if this is not enough to do it. But I'd like to have the trailer up kind of as soon as possible, so I might use Monday, maybe Tuesday to do trailer stuff, so I can have that out like a few weeks before Digital Dragons. So it can, you know, rack up some views, make some noise. That way when we go to Digital Dragons, it isn't like I release it here and we don't have any views, right? And it kind of looks like it didn't make any impact. Should we replace that with a full list of the proper effects and values? Or at least just cover some of them, so it's varied. Should be. Let's see if I can get some good RNG on this. Not really. Redo it. Bit better. Are ingredients gonna have quality? No, that was an old desire of mine, but the number of variants would increase by a massive factor to have quality. I'd rather have variants through state than through quality, personally. If we didn't have state, we could do quality. But I'd rather have quality, or I'd rather have state than quality. Without ingredients. X. Flavor. The player will be required to discover that on their own. I can link down to the discovery section here. Loss of realism? Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say honestly that ingredient states is a lot more realistic than ingredient quality. But it is to reduce bulk. We already have a lot of bulk. We got a ton of ingredient bulk. And I don't know what I could change. You know, at a certain point, if we have, let's say, 5 different ingredient states, and then each of those has 5 or even 3 ingredient qualities, it just feels like there's so much micromanagement with how you keep those and store those and organize those. I could even see a decent argument for not having ingredient states or quality at all. You just have ingredients, but I think we can get away with doing ingredient states. But it needs to be, it needs to make sense, and it needs to be well communicated. An ingredient in the game you can use, consume twice. Well, like you can use it to make 2 potions for 1 ingredient. Not currently. Grow in... We want for ingredients to grow in understandable ways that often mirror expectations in our world. For example, mushrooms preferring darker and more humid locations. I think though that we can, you know, we can do most in that understandable way, but there could be, you know, maybe a unique mushroom that is growing in the desert or something, right? Right out in the midst of the sun. Have enough biome and or have to be diverse in the way that you harvest them. But for most ingredients, to be simply harvestable. And we can always make like ingredients with higher tier of effects, or maybe better combinations of effects to be, you know, they're either more rare or they have specific mechanics that you use to harvest them, things like that. If you spread quality into a different chance system, you can acquire 2 of the item and purchase another very similar item ingredient. Beating the minigame. What minigame? I mean, I can always do chances to receive 2 ingredients. That's definitely doable. I'd like to get a screenshot of effects at some different tiers. That one could work well. Hey, Lepus. Two viewers, shut up. No, you're not. So fucking hungry right now. I'm really hungry. It's only 1 p.m. and I'm already really hungry. It's not good. You're so old, tell me how old. Your account was created in March 6, 2025, and you've been following since March 12th, 2025. You have 72 messages in chat. Effects are roughly split between positive and negative effects. But these are rather subjective, as you can imagine. An assassin looking to kill people certainly wouldn't consider poison to be a negative effect. The above image, positive effects are blue, while negative effects are orange. Every ingredient has between 1 to 4 effects. Each effect ranging in tier depending on how the ingredient has been designed. All ingredients are hand designed and are not randomly generated. I think I'll repeat that up too in the overview and goals. No randomly generated ingredients. Hey, Tilo. Oh, kurwa. That's why I feel a little bit tired already. I started early. Having a preference system similar to what is found in simulation games for what people prefer? Like, I want more speedy rides in this park? Having a preference system. In what way? We need to go into detail of what effects we have. This is almost kind of why I wanted effects to be separate. It's because they are on more than just ingredients, and they affect more than just ingredients. Oh, usually the game tells you the overall ones of people? Yeah, in this case you won't. I mean, they'll tell you what they're looking for. You have to discern what they want from that. But it's not going to be like, hey, this is an assassin. He clearly wants poison. He might be an assassin, but he might want to... If he might not want, you know, be able to receive a poison from you. Maybe he himself got poisoned and he doesn't know how to cure it. And he's coming to you for a cure poison. See, I like that idea because that flips the script a bit, right? I just need a hug. I like the idea of an assassin coming to you and he's like, look, I've been poisoned. I don't want to talk about it. I desperately need a cure right now. What's your name? No, seriously, I need a cure right now. I'm dying. Please help. So what's your story? My story is I'm fucking dying. Help. Dead. Cure for loneliness. How's life? I'm tired. I'm so ready for the weekend. For tomorrow, in which I'm traveling to Krakow and I'm doing work. For many hours. How deep do I want to get into this? How deep? How deep? How deep? You have new logic for reworking your choice system today? Choice system? What is your choice system? Yeah, I might take off early today. If we can get the ingredients section done, I think I'm just gonna take off after the ingredients session. The most important thing I wanted to have done on the GDD today was the organization, so that I can use that tomorrow, so that I don't forget what features we plan to have. Nice cola. There's a lot of cola froth in this. It really is. Described here. Is froth and foam the same? Not when describing your mom's loins. Tomorrow's an event? No, tomorrow I'm just meeting up with Cuthbert to talk about, we're going to be working on the budget, the milestone plan, and feature list. Those three things for sure. Current dialogue choices are too hard-coded for your taste. Oh. How do you de-hard-code dialogue choices? Not always, and some ingredients can't be processed into certain states. And we'll link down to that. Not here. We kind of talk about state and processing here, but fuck it. Link down there. We're stuck to only 5 choices. Oh. Don't want to be limited. Why are you limited to 5 choices? Is it just like space issue or something? Or did you like set up the data like choice 1, choice 2 down to 5 and that's where it reads from? It's something flavorful. Choices in enum. Oh boy. That's very chaotic, sir. No, it was like choice 0 to 4. That's fine. I mean, honestly, for some games, like take a look at Schedule 1. Where in Schedule 1 do you have more than 5 choices for an NPC? Right? In some cases, that's okay to build it like that. Other cases, you might want to do, you know, the array of choices, and then you build that into like a list that can scroll or something. Just depends. Between 7. I'm thinking 7 different flavor types. I mean, isn't that kind of obvious what they are? They're right there. Yeah, the way that I would set it up is you have like the data. I mean, this is just an idea, but you have like the choices, and that's, you know, going to be an array. There we go. And in that, you could just put like the ID for the choice for like the string or something, like character 1 choice ID 54 or something, and you know, you just, for however many is in that array, you build the choice for that and just look up the string. Granted, doing a data structure is going to be tough. I mean, I tried to do that. It is doable. But if you have a really, really deep system, that's going to be pretty nasty. Get an example of something for that. I don't remember where I put it. That's where narrative really assists. Persuasion and bribery, but they only appear in choice 3 and 4. So to show at least 3 choices before I can show them. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun challenge for you. All ingredients have different flavors, though some might be very similar. Once you've tasted one leaf, you've kind of tasted them all. Changing an ingredient's state, such as cooking it, usually changes the flavor in various ways. Some clients expect potions with specific flavors. Or no major flavor at all. Be up to you to find the proper mixture of ingredients to get the effects and flavor that we're looking for. Growth. Let's split this up. Natural growth and farming plots. And do this, we can just get a nice screenshot of something growing in the wilderness. You could also add to the document too that one of the goals be very visible above the grass when growing in the open world. Just say easily visible. Conda forever. Yo! He saw me. Maybe it's a good shot I can get over by the lake. That'll work. Let's get rid of that hut waypoint though. Distracting. Is that lighting okay? Might be a little bit better with the sun out. We'll go plant a seed too. I don't want the sun to hit that. Give it a few seconds. Faster. Thinks it's darkness. Oh, it just didn't do an hour tick. That's why. That's why. It updates it with every tick that it tries to perform a farming update. You know what I think we never fixed was the size of foxtail cactuses in the greenhouse. Now that I think about it. They kind of look like little baby chub dicks when they're fully grown. Look at that. How tiny it is. It's just kind of small in general. At least the barrel cactus makes more sense, but I don't know, the whole thing is kind of silly. But yeah, little chub dick foxtail cactus is kind of way too tiny. Probably. I'll worry about it later. It's not important. It's working. Not important. Okay, let's see. If a dead tree flourish? Which one? This one? Yeah, you can throw a potion of with restore health on it. Not those ones. Should have something here. Here we go. Oh, it is kind of concussive blast as well, but it's fine. It'll still heal it. Boink. I mean, you can pee on it too. I don't think it's gonna mind. Did cheat myself a lot of potions. Looks pretty nice at nighttime too. Once all the lighting updates happen. Glows nice and pink. And the ingredients that grow beneath it are pretty nice too. Just made an educated guess. Well, your educated guess turned out to be correct. And I hope that we can continue that that trend throughout the rest of the game. One example of, I think, a cool way that you can interact with the environment We just need time, and we need the money to actually make tons more of these, because that's the kind of shit that adds depth to the game, right? That's the stuff that makes the world interesting to explore. Otherwise, you just kind of have, okay, ingredients, world, great, cool. But I think the game will thrive off of depth. Which is, you know, that's one of our pillars, is depth through simplicity, so. And few items, many uses. You know, you make potions. What you do with potions, there are plenty of things you might do with them. Such as solving puzzles. Just gonna take time. Also, what the fuck? Why did I make the player able to collide with backpacks? The fuck am I thinking? Did I do that on accident? Yeah, I don't want the player to be able to collide with backpacks. For very obvious reasons. Yeah, I gotta turn that off. As fun as it is to skate around on the backpack, I think that we need to not enable that. Jesus Christ. Let me fix that real quick. That should be better. Yay, no buggery booze. Backpack needs spoon nuts to jangle and glitter in the sunlight. You know, I do have a spoon nut in the main menu that we haven't done anything with. Like, we kind of wanted to spawn spoon if you click it, but... I could do it. I could have, like, spoon walk across the screen if you click it. It'd be kind of funny. It doesn't do anything right now. Naturally occurring flora. Grow in the world in each biome. Oh, Ben Spoon's like fishing lures dangling from the satchel? Well, we'll see what the 3D artists can do with things. We're gonna need a lot of 3D artists. A lot of 3D art. They're easy to spot and pick out of the landscape, giving the player a little bit of eye candy that they know will be something they can collect. Most plants have seeds that can be used to grow that plant on your own in various farming plots. This is detailed later in the GDD. I'm trying to be a lot more basic with my GDD stuff. I don't want to get too wordy. I think in a lot of cases it's just like, well, play the prototype, and that is a substitute for lengthy design documentation. Like, you want to know how they grow. They see how they grow in the prototype. Yeah, leave room for the team, or just like, you know, they grow in the open world. What are you gonna expect? Hey, Nedimp. How are you? Nice emote. Big boy. No more emotes, but my relationship with the artist has soured. Why is that? I can't get distracted too much. It happens. She didn't deliver something that I paid for in advance? Oh. Well, yeah, that'll do it. Spoilers, but I am farting up a storm right now, and you guys cannot, thankfully, be, part of that. Had some soybeans last night. Might be the culprit. Soybeans for a soy boy. Greenies can be harvested by interacting with them. When they are fully grown. You know what we should do too? We should put up here in the goals. Grow in hand-placed locations so that the can be documented, learned, and shared by the community. That's an important, very important part. We're not doing PCG. And pasta tomato sauce does a number on me. My wife will not be happy with me tonight. Why no PCG? I preferred that players be able to learn of locations of ingredients and share that with people so that the game is documentable. I mean, we can use PCG for like, if we wanted to use PCG, we could use it for like generation of terrain, but I don't want to do it for generation of anything that is like part of gameplay. People do like to document things. Well, I think it's also nice where it's like, oh my god, I found this hidden area with some, you know, cool golden mushrooms or something, and they have insane stats. And people are like, oh, where'd you find that? And you can just share that, right? It's not like randomly generated. You know, and that also kind of enables snowflake builds, right? Where you might do like a speed run or something, or mushroom only potion run or something. I think it's pretty cool. Was the siege the same? I mean, I just like the idea of something like Elden Ring design, where it's everything is known or is knowable by the community, and they can share that. Random generation robs the game of its uniqueness, and I'd rather have hand-placed locations of ingredients because it makes for a more unique world, whereas procedural generation of gameplay elements usually means that nothing feels unique. Let me show off too in the GDD the breakable, either the breakable ingredient shells or the mineable ore. So that was kind of the intention of ores, to be mineable. Do you have a section for... Not really. Okay, let's see here. I don't think you can insert GIFs into Word documents in any way that wouldn't print out very well. I can always leave like a link to that, but... I think I can get a screenshot by maybe doing... Didn't really give me the effect that I wanted. I should probably make it so that those despawn. Oh well. Okay. There's a way that I could fix that. Whenever you leave one of these boxes, I could list classes that the game will look for and delete. I'll do that after I get this screenshot. As the emerald ore below can be blasted with a potion that has the concussive blast effect on it. And the ore fragments can be collected some smaller stuff like this could be propagated back to the prototype world. Would be a little bit of work though. We use Word in years. It's changed. It has changed. Kind of a pain in the ass to make this custom list, but the good thing is once I have it once, I only need it once. It would be nice if we had a nice cover for the GDD. I made a really cool cover for the one of the games that I started working on. What if I have that? But I do have this somewhere. I want to find it because I'm really proud of it. Here it is. This was the cover that I made for a it was a like an espionage game. Cryptography game is actually what it was more specifically about. Fun stuff. Markdown's cool. It doesn't always have the greatest of formatting, in my opinion. Markdown is sometimes, in my opinion, better for like code stuff and not so much some things with design. Automatic numbering too is pretty great. Numbered lists. Have any other way to collect ingredients? I guess I could put some of the other ideas here. Or just list the ideas. Oops. Harvesting ingredients from animals themselves. Breaking apart a hard outer shell to collect the inner ingredient. I don't know if we prototyped anything major here. Apart from that. Fishing for, of course, fish. They are ingredients too. Keep it simple. Keep it short. Don't go overboard. Harvestable during certain seasons or weather patterns. One example in our depth level is an ingredient that is only harvestable in the moonlight. Gonna manage time for seasons? What do you mean? Let me do a debug camera for that. Oh, do we need to? Do I need to get a screenshot for this? Not really. Not really. X number of days in a given season, or the season's biome based? I will be doing number of days. I think I'm just gonna do like the Stardew Valley experience with that. Keep it simple and keep it consistent, so like 30 days per season or something. Depends on our time scale. Our game look like Tron. This is the depth level. Yeah, this is like a super prototype level. Here's some fishing explosive. Fuck you, fish. 28 makes sense. We'll do 20. I don't know. Whatever we do, we'll do something. The number will be a number. There will be moon cycles. That is 100% for sure. As we use that to spread corruption every new moon. I want to write more low level, but this is not the time or the place to write more low level. Later. To other documents. I have to like resist the urge to go into super low detail. Be harvested, like processed. It's kind of
Mr.
redundant thing.
President, wake up.
The different states. Either associated processing stations at the alchemy table. Detailed later. Hey, Hilden. I mean, I think that whatever we do with our time system, we just need to keep it consistent. That's about the only necessity. But I'm not going to go overboard with like making we have our own moon and it works on different cycles and then the player has to like learn, you know, like everything new about life from scratch. It's not worth it. If the player has nothing to ground themselves with or to, you know, a basis to start understanding the world, then they're just going to be turned off. Like, oh, there's 9 days in a week instead. There's 2 moons, but during this season, only 1 moon is visible. And day length is actually different depending on where you're standing in the game. It's like, no, fuck that. I promise you, is, you know, somebody on Reddit, some like 10-year-old on Reddit's gonna be like, oh my god, this is the best idea for a game ever. Nobody wants to play a game like that. Not even that 10-year-old. Let me grab an image of different states here. Time zones are a thing in vintage stories. If we are about an hour away from us and a large storm hits me, it could be with you. You're in that direction of the wind within a day's time. Vintage stories? Oh, that game? I mean, doing one thing like that is understood, because, you know, time zones are, they're still based on our real world understanding of how a world rotates, right? So, or revolves, rotates, whatever, rotates is the right word. So you're not making something new, you're just taking something that the player already understands and you're making a game mechanic out of it. If you do too many new things, there's no familiarity. And a lack of familiarity means that the player has no understanding of how the world works. That'd be dangerous. A lot of depth for a Minecraft clone. What's the best version of Minecraft? Vintage story. I don't think you've played modded Minecraft, sir. One of the friends. Nah, see, create 2 new. 2 new. Gotta go older than that. Gotta go back to 1.7.10. There's no good mods nowadays on modern Minecraft. 1.7.10, 1.12.2 is where the shit's at. Minecraft before food bar. With the rapid fire bow was peak. Made a mistake playing the Tekkit Minecraft many years ago. Now I can't look at vanilla Minecraft without automation. Tekkit was pretty great. Tekkit's great. Even the mods that did exist back, you know, like super long ago, like thermal foundation and stuff, or back, you know, super back in the day, used to be just thermal expansion. They're now just gutted. Like 99% of what made thermal expansion so good is now just not there, if it's even around anymore. Stuff like Ender.io, gone. Railcraft, gone. Ars Magica, gone. Yeah, they're just not updated in most cases. Refined storage. The best storage was, even if, I don't even know if it's still around, was, Applied Energistics. Applied is still around? Is it? I see last version was 1. Yeah, 1.21. That's not the latest version, is it? That's far away from the latest version. It is the latest? It's good to see that it's still getting updates. I know Ender.io was sadly... I mean, maybe somebody's like... Yeah, trying to get it like more modernized. That was one of the greatest mods. Plugging large systems? I don't know, I had massive systems. I never had problems with Ender.io. And it was really great with Applied Energistics. Because they had the facades. And you could fit all types of blocks into a single... all types of pipes and energy into a single block. And it was expensive, which made it worth it. It didn't feel like it was cheaty. It's good to see that people are starting to update this now. I know it was down for like years. Right. I don't think I would mod modern Minecraft. Modern Minecraft is fucking horrible for performance. 1.7.10, you can fit so many mods into that version of the game. and it will still run pretty decently well. Like, you'd have to have a massive ass factory with like tons of chunks loaded for that game to actually start to slow down. Nowadays, you just load up vanilla Minecraft and it's just slow. It's horrendous. It's a code overhaul. Well, I know that I think Bedrock is built in C++, which does make it generally more performant than Java, but Java has all the best mods. Unreal Engine Minecraft remake. It's built in C#, basically locked down. Yeah, I wouldn't really want non-modded. I do play default Minecraft sometimes. Like, it's great. You definitely feel like your accomplishments matter more. Like, I was building a pretty cool little house in vanilla Minecraft. I think I showed that on stream. I don't know if I still have it installed. Actually have it working. They also just fucked around with the Minecraft launcher so much. So much. They made it hard. It's actually harder to launch Minecraft than it is to use some software. That's how horrible it is. What is this? Voxel Sandbox Toolkit? Oh. Yeah, I launched. I was gonna show you guys my house. That's what we're doing now. This is fully vanilla. I do some pretty fun builds like this. I built some nice houseies. How do I get down? Ow. I really like nice like outer stuff, making cool facades. Hey Justin. Nice doors. I'm a redstone nerd. But I also do like inserts, interior stuff like this. Pain in the ass to collect all this, I'll tell you that. Or to make an indoor pool. Kind of hard to see with the shader, but good stuff. Yeah, I made all this from scratch. It's all vanilla. I like to do really cool designs, houses and stuff. It just takes a long time to build. Horrible time. Yeah, it's in survival. I don't even want to begin to tell you how long it took to collect all the fucking copper. Or the blackstone. Ugh. Horrendous. On a creative mode, I like to collect all the things. It makes the achievement a lot more worth it. And the plan was to build a giant tree here from scratch, to like hand place all the leaves and blocks, and then get some bees flying around here. But this texture pack is called Sphax. One of my favorite texture packs. I've been using it for like a decade now at least. Yeah, it's the same one that the Yogscast used. Creative mode is fun for 3 days, but then it just feels empty. I used to play creative when I first started playing Minecraft back in, I don't even know. Way back. Before survival mode. Because that's all you had, right? Building styles? I started survival server again, yeah. How old am I? I'm 30. I need to explain states anymore here? I don't really think so. Well, I could, yeah. States affect the flavor and effects on an ingredient. Ingredients can only be processed once and not backwards. You can process a normal ingredient to its fermented variant, but not back to normal again. And not to another variant. Minecraft is your 17th birthday present for my mom. This is the version of the website that I remember buying Minecraft on. It was this, and it was 20 bucks. I think it's still $20 to be fair. And you could play the survival mode for free through it. Yeah, play Minecraft in browser, or the creative mode. Which is this. This was the shit. Voxel Sandbox Toolkit. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this. Does it even work well? I have a demo. We're getting so distracted today. I think it runs like hell. Guess we'll see. Is it running? Hello? UE4 game, I love it. It doesn't even run, it just crashes. That's hilarious. Their demo doesn't even work. Pay me 50 bucks. Alright then. Credit card information successfully acquired. I don't have any money for them to spend anyway. Twitch API keys. That'd be pretty funny if it did that. I'd blame you, chat, for telling me to to take a look at it. Primarily True Nightmare. Just change your stream title. Elon will stream on Micro's channel. Well, he's not gonna be able to play my game well. He dies to PoE 2 first boss. Here's the bind a small version of the core ingredient to indicate to the player where an ingredient was before and where one will grow after the allotted amount of time has passed. Yeah, I don't get why he lied. Like, I think Asmund said it pretty true, is that nobody cares if he honestly plays the game and is shit at it. I mean, it's kind of funny, but nobody really gives a shit. But people do care if he lies about playing the game. You know, it's funny, like, oh, he can't beat Act 1, you know, bosses PoE 2. Whatever. It is what it is. I remember those Hilden. Those were so fucking annoying. I think they're still kind of around, but yeah, those were annoying. Got an ego complex? I think so. I like some of the stuff he does, and I like some of the stuff he says, but I don't like everything anybody says or does. And all the game shit and attacking Asmund for having editors was... Ooh, that was wild. Oh my god, a YouTuber has editors? Color me shocked. I think he just doesn't understand, he didn't understand YouTube very well, and he thought that having editors was like having... I don't know, like the same as like a journalist having editors or something, or I don't even know how to put it. It was just weird. I need a... It's actually a pretty good example, although there's grass in the way. A bit hard to see. He thought the editors were, like, preventing him from saying what he wanted. Like, they were, like, censors or something. Remove the orange and make them green so they're even harder to see. We don't want them hard to see. We want them easy to see. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Trinidad, is that, like, he just didn't understand... And he also, I think they also thought that having editors was like an uncommon thing. When everybody who knows anything about YouTube was like, yeah. You either make the content yourself and edit it yourself, or you make the content and then you have an editor who does it. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix the... We'll do some page breaks after we get everything written. But I don't want to do that yet. Right now, people think he could not even do simple video edits. I don't know how he would think that Asmund has enough time to stream I mean, Aspen streams how long? Every day? Like, it's at least like 8 hours every day. That guy grinds. That's wild. That hours watched. That's so fucking crazy. Look, he does like 6 to 8 hour streams, so very similar to me in terms of time. Like, how is he gonna have time to make, what is it, like 3+ videos a day on his main channel and then clips? You know, another like 5 clips every day? He'd have no time to do that. What was the hours watched? 2.1 million. That's fucking crazy. I think it made him really popular too, because I think that he really kicked off around here was when it was happening. That's pretty wild. He's got, well, yeah, that's what we're saying, is that he's got editors, but it's just, I don't know how Elon could think that he wouldn't have editors for the amount of content that he uploads to his YouTube. That's the crazy thing. What did Asmund did again? What do you mean, what did he do? Even I'm paying editors, but I'm nothing on Twitch or YouTube. True. It's hard to make a lot of money on that. But it wasn't even Asmund that was saying it. It was what's his name? From the PoE community. He was watching, oh fuck, what's his name? Somebody here should know. He was watching, let's just say he was watching somebody else's review of Elon's footage who was calling his footage fake. And Elon attacked Asmund instead of the guy who was originally making the content. It was really funny. But he makes way more than that, Nixie, because he also has YouTube. He makes a lot. Asmund makes a lot of money. I think that in terms of payouts, after the Twitch earnings leak, the 2022 Twitch leaks, we're showing that Asmund was making 2.5 million. And now he's making more because, you know, he's now making more. He's now gets way more viewers than like Hassan and shit. Yeah. He gets a ton. He makes so much money. Guys, I might take off early today. I said once I was done writing the ingredients section that I would probably just take off, because this is really all I need for the weekend, was just the outline. Friday, you're allowed. I could play something too. We could watch a video or something. Is there anything spicy coming out? This is the old one. Failing on the stream. Just export this shit. What are we doing? Just do the thing. Just do the thing. What are we doing? Oh, I did do it. Just being a dick about it. Where'd it go? it is. That look okay? I just need this so I can pull it up tomorrow with Cuthbert. Yeah, pretty good. Poet's Day? You ever used the term Poet's Day over there? No, I haven't. Probably going to bed early tonight? Do it, dude. What better time to go to bed early than on Friday? Was GDD publicly available? Yeah, it will. Yeah. GDD, our budget. I mean, honestly, anything we make, I'll make publicly available. I don't think there's anything that I want to keep private except for anything that would have information that, you know, I shouldn't share, like private information. But I make this on stream, so I'll just make this publicly available. Yeah, like names, addresses, none of that. But this is fine. Same with our budget. We made our budget publicly available last year too, and I'll do the same thing this year. Why not? Piss off early tomorrow, Saturday. I like that. I do like that. Actually, this song that's playing right now is one of the ones that I gave to the composers as a reference. Like, dude, I was like, guys, I love this vibe. Make sure our theme song has the same vibe to it. Don't play with the beach ball. What is this? This is Moonlight Shadow from Throne of Liberty. And take care, T-Lob. Wish you patience during the weekend. Hope all the discussions go well. 1 month. We have discussions in 1 month. I'm just talking with Kotspur tomorrow to formulate our budget, our feature list, our milestone plan, everything we're gonna need, and that I would benefit greatly from having him around for. Scheme of a map. Maybe a large one, but not a mini map. I'd rather that you learn the layout of the land on your own. Oh, a lot of goodies. Like what I've gone there with the chest? What do you like about the chest? Oh, actual items? I don't know what inspired me to do it that way. I have no idea what my thought process was. Oh, that's clipping a bit. I can fix that. We do it for like enemies too. I can cheat myself some. What is that? You can actually loot the butterfly that's floating above the ground. They also turn into little sacks that will fall on the ground for performance reasons after a while, if you don't collect them. That way you can collect it later. We don't have any forest animals. That's been on the list for a while, but we never got around to adding those. Which is fine. Only 2 items per sack. I like to get the player out of menus where possible, but I don't think it's always possible or better. If the non-menu solution to a, you know, like a system is worse than if you had a menu, then you probably shouldn't have a menu. Or, but you probably shouldn't, you probably should have a menu. The Mountain of Gold only contains 72 pieces. This one's so slow. Hit him. Extra resolution looks low. I think I just gotta clear my intermediate files. That does exist. That's called Druid Sense. We just didn't implement it for the prototype. But we do have that effect. You know how much I need to add to the funding to have the option to sit around and smoke a pipe while blowing various smoke shapes like Gandalf? Aren't they releasing that Hobbit game soon? That like Shire life sim game? It wasn't canceled. No, it's very much coming out. I think it's very soon too. July 29th. Oh, bitch snail. No one likes you. You have no friends. I'm gonna cry now. Oh! Oh, he's angry. Fucking sounds. Casper added those. It is doing a line trace. I gotta fix that debug too. The debug trace. Oh, he gave up. RP in the server plan has super broken inventory, or if you give an item to another person, they already have the item in their inventory, but it's half broken, one you gave will also become half broken. Oh, sounds about right. Keck. A strange collection of rocks indeed. I know the publishers won't find that. They're not going to find that. Is that new? No, we've had that for a long time. $36 gold, oh shit. You have to be standing on the center of the altar of Keck and looking in that direction for 10 seconds. And if you look too far to the right or left, it will, it'll deactivate the timer. It was kind of a pain in the ass to set up. I'm gonna be real. There's not a hitbox you have to focus on. I just did it with math on the player's rotation. Oh. It didn't go dark instantly, but it did get very dark. Mainly because I think that at the time that nighttime was popping in, there's also a storm happening. Either that or it's just really cloudy, but I can't see very well. I have an Aetherlight potion? I do, but it will also hurt me. Good enough. Let me have a little bit of light. I think it's stormy. There's no rain. Yeah, it's very dark. I do like the way the dungeon looks at night, though. These braziers will only turn on at nighttime. An immolating dram. Very nice. I only have one of them, though. Get burnt, bitch. I took a bit of damage from that. It will kill me. I don't know if Paralyze is working. Oh, yeah. It is. Thank you, sirs. Appreciate that. Still glowing? No, I'm not glowing. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot get all the nice loot in here because I don't have the right potions, but it is what it is. Hey, Ely. Familiar dungeon. Did you play the, no, that should be the newest. You didn't play the newest build. Yeah, I can't get in there either. I don't have a blasting potion. That won't do it either, so. Fully trust me and my vision with this? I hope so. Be on wishlist as soon as it's on Steam. Day one purchase. Dude, thank you. Very nice of you to say. I'll trust myself a lot more when we have the... Okay, kill me. Thank you. When we have the money for it. Cute zombies? They should be. They're designed after your mom. Two potions with restore stamina too. Dead mystical tree. Oh, it's right here. 3 potions with restore health 1. Well, I know where the dead mystical tree is. Easiest discovery of my life. As for restore health, Toadstool and Dragon's Eye will definitely make that. I think the pink flowers also have a restore health effect on them. Or maybe the flowering bush. Honey does. Let's see. 2 Dragon's Eye. Grab a honey. 3 Toadstool. Very nice. I like that I made it so you can change the name of the potions after you collect them. There we go. 3 potions, restore health 1. Thank you, sir. Take that too. 1 potion with the warmth 2. Warmth. Maybe I have something with warmth. The Flamefin Starfish, maybe. And Sunstreak. It's gotta at least have immolation, right? No. Just eat everything. Fuck it, something's gotta be on one of these. And just spam it all. What did I discover? Any warmth? Flamefin Starfish does... Okay, we did discover warmth 2 on the Flamefin Starfish. That's pretty nice. Which is what we need. We need warmth 2. But I need one more thing with warmth 2. We'll go collect some stuff. I don't think the red crystals have a frenzy. I don't happen to have a potion with warmth 2 on it, do I? No. Bitterness, restore essence, savoriness, bitterness, earthiness. There's a slight preference to reward the player with knowledge of flavor over knowledge of effects. So that's why you will generally unlock more knowledge of flavor than of effects. Fortify essence, fortify health. Water breathing. I mean, maybe something in the desert? Gotta be something with it, right? Warmth. Warm things. Oh, it's snowing. Okay. Speaking of Skyrim soundtrack. Scoutflies. I would have thought the Firefin Trout does, but the Firefin Trout might have, and Flamegrass could have it. I don't think we tried Flamegrass or the Red Teacup. But I would need another starfish. I can go find one. The Sunburst Star. Sunburst Star might have it though. No, Flamefin. Oh wait, was it one of the processed versions of the Flamefin starfish that had warmth? Maybe it did. I don't remember. Forces you to actually play the game you're making. There's so many little things. I don't know. I've had to redo the effects like 3 times as well, and so I've just forgotten. I think that it reinforces too that the intuition of the player should play a big role in how we design the effects on ingredients, or even just some of the effects. Chaos mod. I'd be open to seeing a chaos mod. It's the dried flamefin starfish. I don't know where the dried processing station is. We have grinding. Let's open up these. Ooh, Sunstreak. Nice. Got a scroll of knowledge as well. Rowanberry, very nice. Let's try it. I can always collect more of these. Let's see. We know that that doesn't have warmth on it. Flamegrass might. Sunstreak might. Restore stamina. What did that make? Just restore stamina. Damn. Let's go find some new stuff. Hey, Dr. Garo. Warmth. Warmth, warmth, warmth. I did kind of stop the GDD for now. I'm just doing some playtesting. Somebody's got to. Ooh, sneaky ghostweed. Hey, don't kick the ball around. Playing in the snow? Fuck you. Oh, yeah, I forgot this lamb's ears fucked up too. Hold on, let me... This lamb's ear is fucked up near old NPC bug spot. I know what that means. Watchtower, chest... Collides with meshes when opening. Disable animal hit. Trace. Sunstreak might still have warmth. If we discover 4 more ingredients fully, we can get another cauldron spot. We're closest to the crystals. Ooh, the red desert flowers might have it. Possible. A Racco leaf. I don't know what that has actually. At least the sun's coming up. Nice change. We should try to collect more things that we can easily identify. Restore stamina. Cure disease. Weakness. Fear. Night vision. Restore health. What the hell has a warmth on it? Slow. Visibility. I can't find anything with warmth on it. I know it exists. Only one item is. I know there's more than one item with warmth. I know it. I don't know which ones have it, but I know it's there. It's gonna be in the last thing that I expected to have it too. I mean, it could also exist on like the processed versions of things. I've only discovered the one processing station. I know where one of them is though. Ice has warmth. That would piss players off. I have a dream to become a microraptor. Dude, same. Do sunstreak. Visibility. Poison. Maybe I should skew the chances to discover effects a little bit more in the favor of effects. What if the wheat does? The game run on Linux? It will not run on Linux. It will be Windows only for the prototype. Just for the prototype. Use wine. Yeah, that's your favorite activity, isn't it, Lazy Fangs? Actually, you hate wine. You just need good wine. You need some like fortified wine or something. Egger and cider. Hey, fair enough on those. Fortify essence. Will launch via Steam? That's the hope. That is the hope. Ooh. Fairy ring. Here's the fermenting station. Restore stamina. Immolation on cow. I ate cow dung. And I got immolation. Incredible. Where's my warmth? Worked on your game's art? Somebody that wasn't me. And it's all placeholder. Actually, this will break open the barrels, I think. They had nothing in them. Dude, that crunching sound pisses me off. I hate that I added that. The crunching sound is legit the worst. I want to discover the earthiness. I want to discover warmth. Where's my warmth? What's it gonna be on? A snail? Who took my warmth? Apparently, fuck me. If we get one more lamb's ear and one more red teacup, and then like 2 more bullets, we got that 3rd cauldron slot. Where's a bullet? Wheat is easy to find. I know where there's at least one other wheat spot. And a chest that I don't think I looted. Aha. Zombie flesh, platopo tongue, and pearls. Please warmth. It's not warmth, no. No. Fortify health. Frenzy. Damn it. Where is it? Ashes of your creation? Aren't we not supposed to talk about ashes of creation? Because it will incur the wrath of all the people that still hope for it to be finished. What is ashes of creation, right? The volcanic areas or lava? This is just a prototype map. It will be deleted. All the art assets, for the sake of argument, will be deleted. And we remake everything from scratch. And a proper world from scratch. So this is just representation of how it will feel to play the game. Paralyze. Well, we did at least unlock the next ingredient slot, but holy shit, I cannot find warmth to save my fucking life. Maybe I didn't give it to anything. Yeah, I will literally have tasted every single thing in this game before I find warmth. And it's gonna be on like one of these fucking mushrooms. Be like warmth 69 tier. Like, oh yeah, that's what I did with that. Well, it'll be a little bit easier to experiment now that we can throw 3 ingredients into the cauldron. But now I need to go collect some more ingredients. I have a restore health potion. lot of just potions. Shut up, bitch. Who asked? Alright, that's a start. Any good tasks? 3 swords. I don't have 3 swords. Restore stamina 2. Honestly, at this point, I probably could make that. Banded village. Did that. Invisibility 3. I'll try. Pouring slime. No, I don't want to fight porins. Fuck you. Get out of here. Okay, we know that that doesn't have warmth on it. Literally nothing has warmth. I can't even make it. I would need to find the dried processing station. I don't know where I put the dried processing station. Dirty water, thanks. Useless. Ground and fermented. Where did I put this? It's... I don't think the dungeon is dried. The cave. Hold on. Wizard Tower? No, I got the one at the Wizard Tower. What makes a concussive blast potion? Is it pink flowers? Flowering bush? Or is it pink flowering bush and... Well, I'll just read the book. Why it exists. Or I didn't discover it? Son of a bitch. Something gotta have it. Damn, it made nothing. What a waste. I have no blasting potion? I have only positive. The cave didn't have one, did it? It was the... I put a processing station... Well, there's one over at the Aetherlight Village in the puzzle. But I would need Aetherlight potions. I have one. I've discovered like every single effect in the game on like one ingredient. What is this look? Now it's dark out. I can't see shit. Horrible. 0 out of 10. No, I don't have time skipping. Why are the rain particles coming in here? One-day seasons. That is an idea. Is there a chest around the back? Dirty water. Wow. Up tier. Forward. I hate that sound so much. I kind of hate it too. Immolation. Okay, immolation is a nice find. We can use that to get into the cave. But now I'm out of ingredients again. Oh. Nighttime bees. Dev sucks at his own game. I do though. I actually do. I can't find warmth on anything. I know I gave it to things. I promise you. I'm not shitting. There's 28 occurrences. Actually kind of low. Not horrible though. The reason I didn't give warmth as much is because I never thought that the player needed very much of the warmth effect. It doesn't really have a whole lot of crazy uses. What are the yellow crystals? Here's cutting. Favorite pastime of emo high school girls worldwide. I'd break open these barrels if I had a potion to do it. Warmth helps once you have cold biomes? Yeah, well, it will help a lot in the game when we actually have, like, proper winter, right? I'm speed losing. I can't find warmth anywhere. Fortify health, lightness. Hey, Elder Mist has Aether Light. Pretty good. We do need that. Ooh! Discovered warmth. Okay, well, what tier? Wait, hold on. Hold the phone, hold. Hold. Where's the mushroom? Hold. Where's the chantrelli? How the fuck you pronounce it? Fucking French people. I gotta find one. It's kind of dark out. Gotta find a woman if you're looking for warmth. What you mean, man? What can a woman do for me? You know what a woman will do? Complain that I'm playing too many games. You know what a man will never do? Complain that I'm playing too many games. You know what a woman won't do? Get me a beer from the fridge. You know what a man would do? Get me a beer from the fridge, get one for himself, and then sit down and play the game with me. Want boys to stop being incels? Bang your bros. Problem solved. Damn it, I can't find a mushroom. Big rocks, fallen logs. Big rocks, fallen logs. Big rocks, fallen logs. Can't see anything though. Here's a rock. I can't see anything. I see ghost weed. That'd suck your dick too. The elder tree. Oh, bloodleaf. Wait, I know where there's mushrooms. Wrong mushroom. I know where there's right mushrooms. Hell yeah. Where is it? Did I collect all of it? Uh-oh. Are there no chantillies in here? What the fuck, bro? Where's my mushrooms? Oh. What does it take to grow back? 48 in-game hours. I don't even see the right mushroom in here. I need the French mushrooms. Where are the French mushrooms? You ate them all. Fuck you. God damn it. Fuck you.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
It just stormed. Where's my mushrooms? It's dark as dick's out. I can't see anything. Oh.
Shiitake?
No. Chantilly.
Shiitake? Shiitake?
No. There's gotta be one. There's gonna be one like around the side of the house, right? Fuck, why is that showing up? Hey, stop showing that. I found one though. I got one. It's snowing. I'm going back inside. This better be warmth 2. I swear to God, if this doesn't have a warmth 2 in it. Warmth 1? I need warmth 2.
Wrong.
Damn it. Okay, hold on. Wait, if I make a warmth potion, it will unlock knowing which tier of warmth is on each processed version of it. But I can only make that with a fucking dried starfish, and I can't dry a starfish right now because I don't know where the fucking drying station is. Where's the... It's cold as shit. I can't see anything. Fuck you. Is it in here? Is the... Hold on. I'm going inside. It's a blizzard. I'm making aetherlight potions, okay? I need 5 aetherlight potions. That's 1. I have no lamb's ear. I ate all my lamb's ear. Son of a bitch. Concussive blast on ore. Okay, that's pretty decent actually. Good find. Restore health. Restore essence. Cure disease. Warmth 2. We have warmth 2 on yellow crystal. I need the fucking starfish. I need a dried starfish. Hold the phone. Okay. I need the drying station. I don't know where the drying station is. I'm pretty sure it's not in the dungeon. It might be the one here in the village. But in order to do that, I need aetherlight potions. He won't help. I want to talk to Blue Dick Boy right now. Oh my god, finding things in this mess is gonna be horrible though. Aetherlight. Or warmth. I mean, if we find something else with warmth 2 in it, we've gotten that. But the backup solution is to try and find that processing station. I don't think the corrupted toadstools have... honestly, any positive effects on them. Ooh, we can mix 4 ingredients in the cauldron now. That's actually pretty good. Dude, there's 3. There were 3 French mushrooms here. Whoa. Finding anything in a blizzard though is kind of horrible. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. I'm looking for warmth, yeah. I mean, I can get the starfish again, I just can't process it into the right variant. And I really don't remember where I would have put the processing station. I didn't put one in the water. We got the one in the cave and the wizard's tower. No, I didn't put one in the water. I feel like that would be too annoying to find. There is one in the desert. There is one. I know where it is. This doesn't happen in the built version. Really annoying. There's a volume here that culls those particles, and sometimes it just doesn't work when you play an editor. If I move it a little bit, if I move it like by 1 unit, but then move it back, it works fine. Classic, right? The dumbest shit sometimes. That was for you guys. Watch this be the drying station. Please be the drying station. Drying. Oh, it was in the desert. Fuck me. Okay, we need to get a starfish now. The flame fin starfish. Should be some by the beach. We had something that worked only in editor but never in builds, and it was confusing the fuck out of us. Dude, that happens all the time. I hate it. Sunburst. Sunburst. Son of a bitch. I can find everything except the thing that I'm looking for. There's one. God damn, dude, the quest to make a potion with warmth 2 in it. Who knew that would be the toughest thing to find? Several real world hours. It took me a long time. Admittedly, it took me a very long time to find warmth. Go play with that. Took me a long time to find warmth. Okay, where's the starfish? Here it is. Dry that bitch. Warmth 2. Yellow crystal. Here we go. Warmth 2. Easy game. Finally. Oh my god. Fuck, Warmth 2 can go fuck itself, honestly. Ghostweed seeds. I don't know if I have ghostweed seeds. Sapphire ore? I think I ate all my sapphire ore. I do have 3 ghostweed seeds, actually. What are those in? I definitely don't think I have 3 sapphire ore, though. I have 2. That is what it is. Restore stamina 2 potions. 2 potions of those. Let's see what we get from our loot chests. Flesh, spore, violet worms, monarch caterpillar, crab. That's pretty nice. Good fishing bait. Red teacup seeds, ghostweed seed, mystical thistle seed, and a farming plot for the hut. Ooh. Unlocked farming plot hut. It must be one of these ones. Go away. Dude, he's shooting me. I'm dying. You not, sir? I have no potions to kill him with. He can't come in the door, right? Yo! Very polite. He's like a vampire, you have to invite him in. Wait, was it restore stamina potions? I think it was. Yeah. You know, I might have a restore stamina 2 potion. I'm picking up like all the fucking potions. Restore stamina 1. No, I don't. Okay. Alrighty then. Barrel cactus, that has 2. Boar meat has 2, but we don't have any boar meat. Cooked boar meat. I don't have the cooking station. Red teacup has 2. Sunstreak has 1. Toadstool has 1. If we... Hold on. Mix these two. Well, that isn't going to discover those. Actually kind of a bug. Grinding it. Shit, if I just had like another barrel cactus. This is too risky. I can go get one. 'Cause I don't know where I put the cooking station. Ooh! I'm using the back door. That's why your house should have 2 doors. Just in case there's a skeleton wanting to rape you at your front door, you go out the back door. Taking notes as well, you should. Happens too often. Makes me wants to grape? Well, I mean, that's what all the ladies on TikTok told me that men want. You know, I played a whole bunch of that No Mercy game on Steam. There we go. I know, I came all this way for 1 barrel cactus. No Mercy? Don't ask. It's the new game that all the crazy people are upset about because it depicts. It's like a game about sexual assault, I think, or something. I don't know how true that is, but they're not happy with Steam allowing it to be on the website. Put it that way. There we go. Restore stamina 2. All good. Done that. Sunblaze crab? I'd have to fish up the sunblaze crab. Guess it could be done though. I don't really know what to eat. But I think I had one. Yeah, we don't know anything about it. I bet we'll probably eat Sunstreak. I do have 3 Sunstreak. Ooh! Back door. And bitch still waiting for me. Hey Daniel, is that Minecraft music in the background? It's not part of the game, I'm playing it on Spotify separately. But it is. We'll try adding that as bait. You know what, I'll bait the other one too. We'll try red teacup or something. Okay, we'll click some ingredients and then come back to it, see if it catches anything. You know what, I bet that the cooking processing station is in the cave. I bet that's where I put that. Learn Sunstreak normal is valid bait for Sunburst Star. Okay. But I want to catch the Sunburst Star. I want to catch the Sunblaze crab. I mean, I can try pink flowers. I don't think they'll catch anything, though. Oh. Okay, it's getting kind of spoopy. Oh. That was loud. Oh. No, keep doing that, actually. That'll help. Dragon's Eye for Sunburst. Uh-oh. Mr. Oinkers is back. It's okay, he's shy. So Dragon's Eye is also valid for Sunburst Star. Hmm. You getting stuck, sir? That's a lot better. A lot more peaceful in here. Three barrel cactus seed. I don't think I really picked up that many barrel cactus. I have 1 seed. That's not enough. Invisibility. Bloodleaf ground. We'd have to grind it. Invisibility 2. Invisibility 3. And dried ghostweed. Okay, so anything, I guess, drying it will increase invisibility. So if we have anything with invisibility 2, like the sunstreak, drying that should give us invisibility 3, even though it doesn't say it. Because we don't know it yet. I bet that that will create an invisibility 3 potion. Yes, indeed. That is an invisibility potion. Nice. I like how I don't even play my game, I just do the tasks. I hate it. I hate that I don't even play the game, my own game, the way it's supposed to be played. I just take random tasks. Oh, Crimson Clawfish, fully learned, it's pretty nice. Inching our way towards that last tier. Another scroll of knowledge. Purple desert flower, fully learned. Okay, that's pretty cool. Restore health 3, weakness 2, paralyze 1. Explorer's chest, filter of healing, aetherlight draft, Racco leaf. It does get us a little bit closer to having 3 or 5 aetherlight potions. We have 2 out of 5. We can create 2 more. I'd also try to experiment a bit. I think that we don't have anything discovered of yet. Need a cactus. Pearls, we don't know very much about. Lady Fern, I bet that's a negative rate though. They have a whole lot of ingredients. I kind of ate most of my ingredients. Distilled Racco leaf, we could try that. I guess this is what happens when you need to discover warmth, you just kind of eat everything, right? Sunblaze crab, okay, let's try. Okay, discovered frenzy. Nothing. Seashell, maybe? Oh, drink the potions you create and have effects from it? Yes, you can drink the potions right now. Yep, drinking your own potions is one way to boost yourself for like battle or heal yourself. Cure disease. Okay, let's go get some more lamb's ear then, because that's what we know for sure has Aetherlight. We only need 2 more Aetherlight potions. Or 3 more, sorry. So I just need 1 more lamb's ear if we can find it. The daytime? Okay, we're going out this door still. That's how he wants to play it, huh? Well, at least it's not storming. The fucking skeleton. I think his navigation's broken. You can just kill him if I could just kill him if I want. Can't be bothered though. What do you need to kill him? Immolation, concussive blast. Immolation would be nice. Pretty easy to make. Does damage over time. Kind of hard to see lamb's ear. Lamb's ear is green, so it blends in really easily. But it is tall. Wouldn't be that hard to spot. Her oinkers is a little stuck. Shiny pig. I'd like to do stuff like that in the full game. Ooh, here's lamb's ear. Nice. That one. Hardest to make games, technically one guy made Balatro. He did a damn good job with that too. That bozo's still there, huh? I'll kill him. We'll get him killed. Okay, there's one. Two. Three. Almost missed that one. Gotta be careful with the small radius. 4. 5. Slingshot win. If you drink a strength boosting potion, you'll be able to throw farther. You stack potions like skooma. I don't know. We'll see if we'll allow the player to drop potions like that. Kind of forgot he was there. We'll kill him. I don't have anything else with immolation, really? Or concussive black. Is this really the game we're playing? Where I can't discover basic effects? Chill. Druid sense. I mean, it's a sunburst star has to have immolation, right? How do I get this unlucky? I need warmth. It's crazy how I can't seem to find like the most basic effects. And immolation is way less rare. That's got 32 occurrences. 14 on tier 1, 15 on tier 2. There's 50 poisons. Jesus Christ. The problem is poison... Oh, he left. Problem is poison won't kill him. Poison would heal him. It's a little bitch like that. I mean, it's a sunburst star. You'd think like this thing would definitely have immolation on it. Where's some more of these bitches? Big oinkers. Right, I could catch the sunburst stars. Shouldn't the sun where it is and it was just raining, shouldn't there be a rainbow? Maybe not. Water breathing. Fuck off. Night vision. Silence. Immolation on flame grass normal. I mean, that makes sense. Hey, Midron. I was drowning there for a second. Oh Lord, he coming. Okay, can I find it? There's another flame grass. Can we pet the Chungus? I definitely like the player to be able to do stuff like that. Immolation. Flamegrass. I think 2 potions will kill Bony Boy. He's just taking it like a champ. What a beast. Gotcha, bitch. Hey, Cuthbert. Right, I fooled around. I have fooled around enough. Let's fix these bugs. How's it going? It's going good. We were just doing some testing. I know what that issue is. I don't want to deal with that. It doesn't actually cause any bugs. Just an annoyance. Footstep sounds win. Unfortunately, there will not be any footsteps because the auto landscape material does not actually paint materials correctly, and I can't do footstep sounds based on which material that I'm stepping on without having to remake the whole world, which I don't want to do. Turns out auto landscape material kind of sucks. When's the presentation to GD? Well, everything is going to be happening next month, about 1 month from now. I'm just fucked up near old NPC bug spot. I know where that is. It's this one. Blocking traces, that's why. Why is it block? Why is it ignoring visibility traces? That was weird. When you remake the whole world, you just need to write a custom exporter to get your existing data out as an EXR so you can hammer it into shape in Houdini and re-import. I think I would rather just remake my whole world from scratch in the proper way than have to deal with exporting to Houdini and all that other stuff. Because this is not going to be our world anyway, so it's better just get paid, make it correctly, not worry about this anymore. Watchtower chest collides with meshes when opening. Visual bug. Easy to fix. Try -60. Oh. You weaken project after 2 years of practice. Yeah, let me just go get those 2 years. And the problem is when you use line trace, you can't get the proper material info from the landscape. I literally can't get anything. It's just the only thing I could ever return is auto landscape material, which is obviously not the right material. That's a pretty good amount. Now, if I paint the correct layer on top, it's okay. But if I use the auto landscape material, which most of the world is using, it will not get the right thing. I would have to go by and manually paint all of this stuff. And it's not worth it for footstep sounds in a prototype where the world will be Control A, delete, and remake from scratch anyway. It's just not worth it. Cusper, where's that line trace that happens when enemies hit you? I just want to delete that trace from happening. It's in their attacks? Where's their attack? Is it in the... Is that an ability? Or the montages? Behavior tree? Where did we put those? Too lazy to make an ability? Do. In this? What are your blueprint conspiracy? What are these blueprints? Sir. People get mad at me for my spaghetti. Oh, I'm retarded. I don't know why I did that. I for some reason, like in my mind, I was thinking, oh, it's like a print screen, just move past it. Ooh. Yeah, where's the, I think also the zombies do it for sure. That is a crazy decorator. Oh, it's the same one. Okay, okay. I see. Using PCG can help with the distribution of plants. If that, no, it's not. We don't want to use PCG for distribution of anything gameplay. All plants will be hand placed by level designers. Every single collectible ingredient. Pro Basics window keeps appearing and pissing me off. Yeah, that was happening, wasn't it? I don't know why that was happening. Can I recreate it? What a gardener. I don't believe in using PCG to place gameplay elements. At least not in this game. Why the hand placing? I think that it makes the game look a lot better. The game then becomes learnable, it becomes documentable, the community can share where they find ingredients. Better from a community perspective. Makes the game more speedrunner friendly too. Man, why does that keep popping up? Let me save. Probably only check. You know what? Let me check. You probably just don't do the check. Assign spawn zones? Nope, I don't even want to do that either. I want to, so that when the player learns that they can find, let's say, something in a specific location like this toxic cap, it is right there. Not a zone, it is right there. PCG of gameplay elements rarely ends up making a more fun game unless the entire game has its pillar based around procedural generation. So games that are like procedural generation based, like No Man's Sky, you know, that's the core of the game. Games that use procedural generation to make something like placing ingredients, which isn't really that difficult of a task anyway, easier, you kind of lose the uniqueness of the world. Why should players play my game if I couldn't bother actually making it? Okay, don't look at this. That's not what I want. That is a giant switch on enum node. Yeah, we never run the check. Club crafting, yeah, so there's a lot of enums. There's a lot of tutorial stages. I didn't think I would make that many, but we really did make a longer tutorial. I do use brushes to paint those in, by the way. But modern Unreal does not support actor foliage anymore. Which kind of sucks. Which is what I use because it made it a lot easier. And then I had explicit numbers that showed how many of that actor were in the scene. What are you gonna do? What is that pop-up? What is this tutorial pop-up? Yeah, well, let the art team, programming team deal with that. It's a known unknown. Why am I grabbing the game instance in the game instance? I guess I forgot that I was in the game instance. Pretty funny. Don't get me wrong though, I think PCG is good, I just don't want to use it. There are very rarely implementations of procedural generation that actually make a game better than if something was just hand-placed by actual people. And specifically I mean about like gameplay elements. Most AAA studios use procedural generation to help create their landscapes. Resolved. Dumb NPC. New version of the annoying NPC following. No, he doesn't follow you as much as people might want him to. He just exists. He's silly. Okay, well I fixed those bugs. More bug reboots. All done. Fix some bugs. Beautiful. Alright then, we'll continue the GDD on Monday. And over the weekend, Cuthbert and I should create, at the very least, feature list should be really quick because we already know what features we want and they're already in the GDD. But we need to then assign, we'll need to figure out what work we need for them, whether or not we need our own systems for them. In most cases, yes. Pretty much every case. And how many people will need to make them. Then we can build out our budget and a milestone plan from there, knowing that we are probably going to do early access or aim for early access to help augment funding. Yeah. It'll be a lot of work. But that's the plan. Either way, guys, I will get going for the weekend then. And I will see you on Monday. That's all. That's all I have to say. Stay warm. Stay nice. Be nice to your neighbors, you know. Be a good person. Spread some cheer and life into the world. And, yeah. I'll check you guys out on Monday, and we'll continue with the GDD. So take care. Have a nice weekend. Peace, guys. Bye-bye. Bye. I'm just gonna keep waving at you. I'm not actually gonna stop this stream. It's just gonna be this for the next 20 minutes. See you guys. Bye-bye.